Welcome to the Sleepy War Veteran. In this story, you will be taken in a beautiful documentary to take you on an adventure back into history. Please calm your mind and enjoy the story. They called it the Fourth Crusade only after it had run its course. At the beginning, there were no numbers, only vows, letters, and plans. In 1187, Jerusalem had fallen to Sultan Salah al-Din, Saladin, after the defeat of the Crusader army at Hattin. A vast effort followed, the Third Crusade, which recovered coastal strongholds from Akkar down to Jaffa, but not the city that gave the movement its name. A decade later, the Holy Land was still a narrow strip of ports and castles dependent on ships and treaties. When Innocent III was elected Pope in January 1198, he made the recovery of Jerusalem the central project of his pontificate. He wrote circular letters across Latin Christendom urging a new expedition, preaching that the way to Jerusalem lay not through isolated heroics, but through organization, taxation of the clergy, and a single, coherent plan. Preachers carried his summons from market town to tournament field. One of them, Fulk of Neuilly, spoke at a great gathering in northern France in November 1199, a meeting known as the Tournament of Écueils in Champagne. There, amid lords, heralds, and spectators, several leading nobles took the cross: Theobald III, Count of Champagne; Louis, Count of Blois; Baldwin IX, Count of Flanders and Hainaut; and Hugh of St. Paul, among others. Taking the cross was literal. Cloth crosses were sewn to cloaks. It also created legal protections and obligations. A crusader's debts could be deferred, his lands, in theory, shielded, his vow binding until fulfilled. The vow required money, horses, men, and time. From these moments, the expedition began to have shape. At first, the plan favored a route and a target different from earlier campaigns. The coastal strongholds in Syria and Palestine were supplied by sea. The Crusader leaders reasoned that the key to the region was not a charge across Anatolia, but control of the waterways and the reduction of Egypt, the economic and military center of Ayyubid power. A maritime approach would require a fleet large enough to transport thousands of men, horses, and supplies. The nobles did not possess such a navy. They would have to hire one. Their envoys, among them Geoffrey of Villehardouin, the Marshal of Champagne, who would later record the expedition from within, went to Italy in early 1201 and negotiated with Venice, the republic that had made shipping, credit, and commerce its craft. Venice was governed by a doge and a council of leading families. Its shipyards and arsenals could, if paid, construct and crew an armada on a scale no magnate of the north could match. The doge was Enrico Dandolo, an elderly statesman, reportedly nearly blind, with long experience of the Eastern trade and the politics of the Byzantine Empire. The agreement the envoys reached was ambitious. In return for a very large sum of silver, the Venetians would provide ships, crews, and provisions sufficient to carry and supply an army for a season, with a rendezvous set for the feast of St. John the Baptist, 24th of June 1202. The fleet would sail for the eastern Mediterranean. The contract specified numbers: knights, horses, sergeants, and foot, and included a clause that booty and conquests would be shared between the Crusaders and Venice. Behind the figures lay practical arithmetic. Transporting a war horse required a specialized vessel, stable space, fodder, and handlers. Moving thousands of animals and riders together demanded coordination and a calendar that took winds, currents, and harvests into account. The Venetians began their work. On the lagoon's edges, shipwrights sawed timbers and bent planking over heated frames. Rope makers spun heavy cordage. warehouses filled with biscuit, beans, and salted meat. Officials counted oars and yard arms. The payments from the northern barons arrived in installments. Venice, for its part, suspended some of its normal trade to free shipyard capacity for the contract, a choice that made the Republic a partner to the project rather than a mere carrier. While the fleet took shape, leadership among the French Crusaders shifted. Theobald of Champagne, the first among equals, died in May 1201. His death required a replacement with stature enough to keep the coalition intact. The choice fell on Boniface of Montferrat, a northern Italian marquis with deep connections to the eastern Mediterranean. His elder brother, Conrad, had been a key figure in the Third Crusade and briefly king consort of Jerusalem. His family had ties at the Byzantine court. Boniface's selection balanced French and Italian interests and reassured Venice that a leader accustomed to the politics of the Adriatic and Aegean would be at the expedition's head. Pope Innocent III, for his part, tried to keep the enterprise within boundaries he believed essential. He issued instructions that crusaders were not to attack Christian lands without explicit papal authorization and emphasized that the object of the vow was the liberation of Jerusalem and the defense of the remaining Christian enclaves on the Syrian coast. He appointed legates to represent him and to guide the movement's discipline and preaching. Across cathedrals, parish churches, he encouraged the imposition of levies on clergy income to fund the venture and authorized the commutation of some vows into cash to be applied to the common transport. The program was both spiritual and administrative, a network of sermons, notaries, and treasurers connecting villages to the Venetian arsenal. The expedition's shape was never a single solid block. Not every lord who took the cross bound himself to the Venetian contract. The Count of Toulouse, Raymond VI, gathered his own following and made arrangements to sail from southern French ports. Other contingents chose Genoa or Marseille as embarkation points, seeking flexible terms or later departure dates. Some crusaders, especially those with fewer resources, planned to go overland in the older style to join whoever reached the Levant first. The unity implied by the words Fourth Crusade would always be partial, an umbrella over multiple streams. In Constantinople, the capital of the Byzantine Empire, events unfolded that would later intersect with the Crusade's course. In 1195, Emperor Isaac II Angelos had been deposed and blinded by his brother, who took the throne as Alexios III. The change deepened long-standing fissures in the imperial elite. The empire remained powerful in territory and wealth, but it faced pressures on several frontiers and arguments in its palace. To Western Europeans, the empire was both a trading partner and theological rival. To Venice in particular, it was a place of privilege and risk. Treaties granted Venetian merchants quarters and tax advantages in the city. Rivalry with Genoa and Pisa sometimes turned those privileges into street fights and embargoes. None of this yet bound the crusade to Constantinople, but it formed the background against which later decisions would be judged. In the spring and early summer of 1202, crusaders began to arrive at Venice. Companies from Flanders, Hainaut, Champagne, and Blois followed the river road south, then crossed the Alps and came down into the Po Valley. From there they turned east, following the canals and causeways to the lagoon. They camped on the Lido outside the city proper, a long spit of sand that separated the open Adriatic from the sheltered waters where Venice stood. The marshals counted men and horses. Scribes checked tallies against pledges, and paymasters opened chests. It was then that a gap between plan and reality became undeniable. Far fewer troops had come than the contract anticipated, and with fewer men came less money. The Venetians had built ships and laid in stores for a larger army. the Crusader leadership could not meet the full price agreed the year before. Numbers recorded by contemporaries differ, but all agree on the shape of the problem. A shortfall measured in tens of thousands of silver marks and an army that, while still formidable, was smaller than the one the contract had been built to serve. To keep their bargaining position, the barons pooled everything they could. They sold personal goods, mortgaged rents back home, and asked their followers to contribute again. The locals watched a spectacle unlike ordinary commerce. Northern lords offering plate and jewels to Venetian lenders, counting coins, and then offering more. Even after this, a debt remained. The Doge, Enrico Dandolo, made a gesture that chroniclers remembered. In St. Mark's Basilica, he took the cross publicly, pledging himself and, by extension, his city to the crusading cause. The act was not merely pious, it aligned Venice's honor with the expedition's success and gave Dandolo moral standing in the councils that followed. He accepted partial payment and agreed to defer the remainder. But Venice wanted compensation of another kind as well: service. If the Crusaders would aid the Republic in recovering a lost possession in the Adriatic before the fleet sailed east, the debt could be reduced and the contract preserved. This proposal introduced a hard edge into a project that had begun with distant goals. The oath to go to the Holy Land was one thing. The request to fight first in Europe was another. The leaders discussed the issue in assembly after assembly on the Lido's sand. Letters from the Pope warning against attacks on Christians were known. The men who had sworn to go overseas weighed that warning against the practical facts of ships, food, and time. The summer days shortened. The fleet stood ready in the lagoon, hulls riding at anchor, oars stacked, masts stepped. Horses were led down gangways and back again to keep them accustomed to the movement of decks. Every delay made feeding the army more expensive and the prospect of winter at sea more dangerous. Around them, the Republic went about its business with the efficiency of a city built on trade. Gondolas ferried citizens across narrow canals. Scribes recorded the movement of bales and barrels. The arsenal's hammers rang. The great piazza filled and emptied. Within the Crusader camp, chaplains said mass, and men adjusted saddles, sharpened lance points, and tried to make sense of the gap between a vow taken in the cold of a French autumn and the choice presented in the heat of an Italian summer. Elsewhere, Crusaders who had chosen other routes embarked from southern ports toward the Levant. Their letters, when they later reached the west, would speak of landfalls at Acre and Tyre, of negotiations with local barons, and of a sense that the large army promised from the north had not yet arrived. The multiplicity of plans, which had seemed a practical hedge a year earlier, now contributed to the strain on the Venetian expedition. Men who might have paid into the common transport fund were sailing under other arrangements. The contract stood. The ships were real, and the debt remained. The men whose names would anchor this narrative, Baldwin of Flanders, Louis of Blois, Boniface of Montferrat, Hugh of Saint-Pol, met with Dandolo and the Venetian councillors again and again. Villehardouin, the martial chronicler, describes the formality of these meetings, the speeches, the appeals to honor, the inevitable turning back to the ledger. The barons asked whether they might be given time to gather more funds from friends and relatives still traveling. The Venetians answered by pointing to warehouses and payrolls already committed and to the seasonal window for sailing. They returned each evening to the same facts. It was during these weeks that the Crusade, still not a number in a historian's table, took on the contour that would mark it forever. A sea-borne expedition essential to a planned campaign in Egypt could not sail without the Republic that had built the fleet. The Republic would not carry it without recompense. The terms offered were precise. military help at a specific city on the eastern Adriatic, captured in recent years by a rival king. The Pope's prohibition, issued in principle months before, applied with equal precision. The Crusaders' choice lay between a warning from Rome and a ship in the lagoon, between a distant object and an immediate debt, between the purity of a vow and the logic of a contract. When the decision came, it did so not with a shout, but with the movement of anchors. The leadership agreed to the Venetian proposal. Priests heard confessions on decks and in tents. Trumpets sounded. Lines were cast off. Oars slid into water. The long hulls, riding low with men, horses, and provisions, moved down the channels toward the open sea. Their destination lay north and east along the Dalmatian coast, where red-roofed towns looked out on the Adriatic, and where one of those towns, long claimed by Venice and now under another lord, would test, for the first time in this expedition, the boundary between a vow and the world that had to be crossed to keep it. The Adriatic in late summer smelled of salt and resin. Ropes creaked, oars slid, and the fleet that had gathered on the Lido eased into open water. Priests murmured blessings on crowded decks. Horses, blindfolded against the roll, shifted their weight in the dark of the transports. Trumpets signaled course changes. The contract that had filled Venice's arsenals with purposeful noise now filled the sea with hulls in ordered files. The army's vow named Jerusalem. The first heading pointed north and east along the Dalmatian coast. The destination was Zara, Zadar, an Adriatic port that Venice long considered within its sphere. In recent years, it had placed itself under the protection of King Emmerich of Hungary, who held a Crusader's cross himself. In law and letters, that detail mattered. Pope Innocent III had written plainly that the expedition was not to attack Christian lands. Yet, the Crusaders owed Venice money they did not possess, and Venice had offered to carry them east only if they assisted in restoring a city the Republic called its own. On the quarterdecks and in councils, the leaders weighed principle against means of travel, papal prohibition against the arithmetic of ships and grain. The decision had been made with more reluctance than bravado. Now the oars bit, and the coastline slid by. Sand spits, low islands, and the red roofs of towns that watched galleys pass like moving walls. Zara's defenses were strong for their scale. A stout seawall guarded the harbor. On the landward side rose masonry bastions and ditches. The fleet's arrival threw shadows across the water that reached the piers. Townspeople raised banners along parapets, crosses visible among them, as if to remind the Crusaders what they all confessed. Negotiations began. Envoys from the city pleaded neutrality. Messengers from the army asked for submission. The Venetians insisted on restoration. In the early exchanges, some Crusader captains argued for withdrawal. Others urged that necessity had placed them here. Men who had taken the cross together now quoted different authorities. Rome's letters, Venice's contract, the vow itself, each with a claim on conscience. Siege routine asserted itself. Camps were laid out with ditches and palisades, the Crusaders on one side, the Venetians on another, the whole ringed by pickets. Ladders were built, mangonels assembled, timber rafts prepared to protect sappers at the walls. The fleet anchored to blockade the harbor and cut the city from seaborne relief. On certain days, clergy processed with relics and sang litanies. On others, companies rotated to the siege works while farriers tended horses and armorers refit rivets. Letters went out in multiple directions, to the Pope explaining circumstances, to absent comrades urging them to hurry, to Venice's magistrates asking for more biscuit and fodder. The autumn sun shortened. The wind turned. Assaults tested the masonry. Engines threw stones that cracked merlons and scattered roof tiles. Defenders replied with their own machines and well-placed arrows. More than once, troops on both sides paused long enough to shout across the ditch, attempting persuasion where missiles had failed. The Crusader leadership reminded themselves and their men that the object was the gateway to a greater journey. The Venetians spoke in the language of rights and arrears. After weeks of pressure, Zara negotiated terms. The city surrendered in late November 1202. Its keys were given over. The gates admitted victors who, by prior arrangement between the campaign's partners, divided quarters and responsibilities. Victory did not feel uncomplicated. Some among the French and Flemish were unwilling to winter in a Christian town just taken by force. The most prominent, who refused the enterprise altogether, departed by other routes for the Levant. Others remained, but sought penance. In Rome, news moved more slowly than ships, but eventually the Pope's response reached the Adriatic. Innocent III condemned the attack on Zara and excommunicated the Venetians and the Crusader army that had aided them. His letters allowed for the absolution of those who sought it and who pledged to continue toward the Holy Land without further diversions. They did not soften the principle that Christian cities were not targets of crusade. The effect in camp was uneven. Some were relieved of censure by legates acting under papal authority. Some found themselves still under ban. All were reminded that their vow now sat beside a penalty. Winter in Zara was an exercise in uneasy cohabitation. The Venetian administration moved efficiently to secure warehouses and customs. The Crusader host organized billets, foraging, and patrols. Local people tried to salvage livelihoods amid the presence of allies who had arrived as besiegers. Clergy set up altars and heard confessions. Markets reopened under supervision. The Adriatic storms that made sailing dangerous in the cold months made waiting unavoidable. And into this pause walked a proposal that would bend the expedition's path again. The messenger was not a Venetian. He came from the court of Philip of Swabia, the German king embroiled in a struggle for the imperial title, and he spoke for Philip's brother-in-law, a young Byzantine prince named Alexios Angelos. He was the son of Emperor Isaac II Angelos, deposed and blinded in 1195 by his brother Alexios III. The younger Alexios had escaped confinement and fled west. At Philip's court, he sought allies who might restore his father and replace the usurper. He had already approached Boniface of Montferrat, whose family had ties to Byzantium. Now he offered the assembled Crusader leadership an alliance big enough to erase debts and supply future aims. The terms, as relayed in councils at Zara and later repeated in letters, were specific. If the Crusaders would sail to Constantinople and seat him and his father again on the imperial throne, Alexios promised an enormous payment in silver toward the expedition's transport debt. He promised provisions for the army. He pledged military support from imperial forces for a campaign to Egypt or Syria. He declared that he would place the Byzantine Church in obedience to Rome, healing the schism in form if not in sentiment. And he undertook to maintain a contingent in the Holy Land for a year. It was, on paper, a solution to every material problem the expedition faced, and to several spiritual ones besides. It would also require turning their fleet from the Syrian coast to the Bosporus and entangling themselves in the politics of an empire with whom Latin Christendom had a long, complicated quarrel. Debate followed the pattern that had developed since Venice. Some leaders, especially those closest to Boniface, saw the offer as providential, an opportunity to cure schism, secure funds, and, by restoring a legitimate emperor, stabilize the route to the east. Others warned that the Crusade's vow was not elastic. Constantinople was a Christian city. Intervening in its succession would violate the Pope's instructions and risk a conflict wider and deeper than Zara. They argued for sailing on to Acre to join the contingents already there. Officers with ledgers and counts of biscuit, oats, and arrears argued a third line, that without a great infusion of money or supplies, the planned campaign against Egypt was a shipboard aspiration rather than a plan. Venice listened and remembered. The Republic's relations with Byzantium were many layers thick. Only a generation earlier, Venice's resident merchants had been arrested en masse in the empire and their property confiscated. Clashes with rival Italian cities over privileges in Constantinople's markets had hardened feelings. Doge Enrico Dandolo, whose age and failing sight did not impede his authority, had lived those disputes. Whether he favored the diversion for reasons of state or prudence or resentment, the effect was the same. The Venetian leadership did not oppose an approach to Constantinople if it promised to settle accounts and advance the expedition. Envoys traveled between Zara and Philip's court to clarify terms. Others rode to Rome to explain the proposal to Innocent III and seek approval. The Pope's position, when letters came back, remained a careful line. He urged the Crusaders to avoid attacking Christians and warned against diversions from the vowed aim. He encouraged reconciliation with the Greeks, but not by force. The exchange left room for interpretation. The barons read it as a caution, not a flat refusal. They were not, they told themselves, declaring war on Byzantium. They were agreeing to assist a rightful heir. In the arithmetic of conscience that had already balanced oath and contract at Venice, a new column opened, promise to a prince, prospect of church union, and the salvation of a struggling expedition weighed against an instruction from Rome whose terms could be passed narrowly or broadly. Winter campaigns were rare. The decision could be postponed until spring and still be acted upon. In the meantime, the army tried to hold together. Not everyone could be kept. Some smaller contingents left Zara for Syrian ports and reported later that they had found the Levantine garrisons thin and the coastal baronies watchful. Those who stayed drilled on the beach, refit ships, and walked the awkward line of discipline under excommunication, lightened by absolutions granted in part. Villehardouin, a marshal by office and a chronicler by habit, recorded councils where honor, debt, risk, and hope were laid side by side in speeches that got nowhere until they resolved into numbers. How many horses could be fed? How many hulls could be repaired? How many weeks until a fair wind? As ice thinned in shaded gullies and the first signs of spring touched the olive leaves, Zara was prepared to be left. The Crusader camp burned or dismantled what it could not carry. Captains set watches on the piers. Quartermasters loaded biscuit, wine, and salted pork. The Venetian fleet reformed into squadrons. Messengers confirmed that Alexios would meet them in Corfu to be carried to the city he sought to reclaim. A papal legate delivered one more admonition and, in the same breath, an absolution for those who bound themselves again to the vow's endpoint after the proposed intervention. The logic at this point was not elegant, but it was sufficient to move men onto ships. The fleet put out once more, south along familiar islands, then across to the Ionian passages. On board, men spoke of Constantinople in the terms that Westerners had used for generations. The city of gilded domes, of deep harbors crowded with masts, of markets richer than any port on their own coasts, and of a liturgy whose music and ceremony climbed like smoke under mosaicked vaults. They also spoke of riots that had killed Latin merchants in the past, of treaties broken and renewed, of emperors whose names came to them in pairs and confusions. They knew they were sailing toward Christians. They told themselves they were sailing to set a wrong right. At Corfu, the rendezvous took place. The young Alexios, soon to be called Alexios IV if events went his way, embarked under the protection of the Crusader leaders and the Doge. Oaths were renewed. The promises tallied yet again. The Armada turned toward the Aegean. Over the next weeks, men watched unfamiliar coasts slide by, trained on deck to keep their legs under them, and asked chaplains the same questions they had been asking since the Lido. What counted as obedience? What counted as necessity? And whether a straight course could be made from a curve? Ahead lay the Sea of Marmara, and the long walls of the city the Greeks called the Queen of Cities. There, currents would pull and winds would shift around towers and harbors built to resist siege and storm. Before any of that, the army would have to present itself not as an enemy, but as a partner with a claimant on board and seek a settlement without fire. It was a hope that fit the season. A spring approach, a negotiation, a restoration, and then, at last, a turn south to the ports whose names had been spoken when crosses were first sewn to cloaks. Whether that hope could survive contact with Constantinople's factions, gates, and treasury would be tested as oars dipped in cadence and the fleet entered waters that were as famous for intrigue as for trade. Morning light lifted over the islands of the Propontis as the Armada came on, hulls in ordered lines and sails struck to let the oars find their rhythm. Ahead lay the city the Greeks called the Queen of Cities, its land walls stepping away into the haze, its harbor guarded by towers and a chain drawn across the mouth of the Golden Horn. The leaders had agreed to present themselves first as allies with a claimant on board, not as enemies. They anchored off the Asian shore to gather the squadrons, then shifted with the current and the wind to the Bosporus, where they could see, in a single sweep, domes, colonnades, and the rib of the Theodosian walls running south to the Sea of Marmara. Envoys went ashore to deliver their terms. The young Alexios, son of Isaac II Angelos, returned and seated again with his father. Arrears paid to the army that had carried him, provisions and ships to take the host onward, and, in time, the aid of Byzantium's forces for the campaign long promised in the west. From the city came answers wrapped in formality, but clear in substance. Alexios III, the uncle who had seized the throne in 1195, would not admit the claimant. The garrison and the populace were commanded to hold their posts. On the walls stood the Varangian Guard, axe-bearing foreigners, many English and Danish, long hired to the empire for their fierce steadiness, alongside imperial troops. The Crusader leaders, for their part, had numbers and ships. They did not have a harbor. The Venetians proposed the first practical step. The Golden Horn was sealed by a heavy chain stretched from a fortified tower at Galata on the north bank to a tower near the city's sea walls. If the tower at Galata could be taken, the chain could be dropped, and the fleet could enter the sheltered water that lapped beneath the city's northern walls. The Crusader army could then operate on both banks, and the Venetians could bring their floating siege towers against a longer stretch of masonry. It was a commercial city's answer to fortified magnificence, not reverence, but method. The landing on the north bank came at speed. Galleys ran in, men splashed through shallows, ladders went up. The tower's defenders fought hard. Arrows, stones, shouted defiance, but the momentum and the density of the landing carried the day. By evening, the tower was in Crusader hands, work crews set to the chain. The heavy links gave, dropped with a sound that carried across water, and the fleet began to nose into the Golden Horn. Venetian standard-bearers planted the winged lion of St. Mark on the captured parapet. From this point forward, the Armada would live under the city's walls rather than offshore. The leaders tried persuasion before assault. They rowed a barge close to the land walls and brought the young Alexios up where he could be seen. He called to the crowd in Greek, identifying himself as Isaac's son and rightful heir, promising amnesty and reward. The response was ambiguous: curiosity, shouts, no rush to open the gates. The court within remained with Alexios III. The Crusaders withdrew to plan. Constantinople's landward defenses were as famous as its wealth. A deep ditch, then a low outer wall, then a wide terrace, then the great inner wall, towered at intervals and high enough to make ladders look like toys. But not every part of that line was equal. At the northern end, around the WWII palace, where the land walls bent to meet the sea walls of the Golden Horn, the fortifications were complex but had been altered and extended over decades. Some stretches were newer, the angles different, the ground more broken. The Crusader leadership chose that quarter for their land assault, while the Venetians prepared to engage the sea walls along the harbor. The date fixed in chronicles for the first great attack is mid-July 1203. On the land side, ranks formed. Knights dismounted to fight beneath the shields of footmen. Crossbowmen and archers brought forward. Carpenters with picks and spades ready to dig at the lip of the ditch. On the water, the Venetians lashed ships together in pairs, raising timber towers on decks so that their platforms would meet the height of the sea walls. Gangways were rigged to drop onto battlements when the towers drew close. Oarsmen took their benches, trumpets sounded, priests blessed, and the two arms of the expedition went in. The fight was elemental. At the WWII, men labored to fill parts of the ditch, shoving fascines into mud while arrows flicked down. Ladders bit the masonry and were shoved off again. On the harbor, the Venetian towers loomed, closed, took fire, and loomed again, showered by defenders with stones and burning pitch. Amid that press, a change ran through the city's defenders. Alexios III led a sortie out of the gate with banners and drums. An imperial procession turned to war. For a moment, two armies faced on broken ground beneath the walls. Then the emperor's line hesitated, dressed ranks, and withdrew. Inside, the weight of that public retreat was heavy. Outside, it stiffened the assault. On the harbor side, the Venetians found their footing first. Several wall towers fell in quick succession as gangways thumped down and men fought through the narrow spaces. The standard of St. Mark went up on a captured tower. A fire started, how and by whom was argued later, but the wind took it and flames ran along the timbered houses behind the wall. The Venetians, unwilling to be cut off, withdrew from the captured line and returned to their ships, leaving the fire to do its work. The next day, the emperor's council deliberated longer than usual. That night, Alexios III fled the city, taking with him what treasures he could carry and leaving the court stunned. The palace gates opened not for the claimant on the fleet's deck, but for an older, damaged legitimacy within. Isaac II, blinded 8 years before and kept alive in confinement, was brought out and reseated on the throne with the acclamation of those who preferred a known quantity to an empty one. This was not yet the arrangement the Crusader leaders had been promised, but it opened a path. Negotiations produced an agreement. Isaac II would be restored as senior emperor. His son, the young Alexios, would be crowned alongside him as Alexios IV. In return, the new regime would make the payments and provide the support pledged to the army that had brought them to the gates. On the 1st of August 1203, ceremonies in Hagia. Sophia gave the agreement its form. The nave, with its light gathered in golden tesserae, saw the coronation of Alexios IV beside his father. Latin observers marveled at the splendor of the rite. Greek observers took its regularity as reassurance. But the financial and political arrangements stood outside the liturgy. The payment promised to the Crusaders and Venetians was enormous, on the order of 200,000 silver marks, and the provision commitments equally heavy. The treasury Isaac had inherited was not sufficient. The regime would have to raise funds quickly in a city whose people and clergy were already paying heavily for a war that had not been theirs until the fleet arrived. The months that followed were marked by gestures toward reconciliation and by friction that grew as accounts were tallied. Alexios IV proclaimed his gratitude to the Westerners and visited their camp. He made public statements about honoring Rome and healing the old breach between churches. He ordered arrears paid in installments as funds could be found. That money came from harsher levies on the city and from measures that scandalized opinion. The melting of plate from the imperial palaces, enforced loans from convents and monasteries, the stripping of metal from lesser shrines. The patriarch and many clergy resisted the notion of church union forced through money and pressure. The populace resented both the presence of a foreign army in their suburbs and the flow of coin out of their markets. Tensions broke surface in August 12, 03. A riot that began near a mosque in a Latin merchant quarter, a mark of Constantinople's cosmopolitan trade, spread into arson. Whether set by Latin soldiers or by Greeks aiming to drive them out, the fires took hold in the summer air and raced through wooden neighborhoods. The flames burned for days, destroying houses, workshops, and churches in a broad swath toward the center of the city. The shock hardened attitudes on both sides. Latin chroniclers recorded grief at the damage. Greek sources wrote of outrage at the scale and at the foreigners camped at their gates. The emperor's position, dependent on the Westerners for his throne and on his subjects for funds, grew more precarious. The army, for its part, moved into more permanent quarters outside the land walls near the Blacerne and along the north bank. Provisions were delivered from the city under guard, units drilled, horses were rested and shod. The Venetians kept a flotilla in the Golden Horn, and others off the Marmara shore, maintaining a presence that both reassured their allies and reminded the city of their reach. Enrico Dandolo, the Doge, old and nearly blind, attended councils in person and moved between ship and camp with the energy of a younger man. He pressed for the completion of promises, money due, ships fitted, the date for departure south set. Alexios IV tried to fulfill his side. In the autumn, he produced a tranche of payment and offered oaths for more. He promised to send an imperial contingent when the army sailed to Egypt in the spring. He visited the Western leaders and, when he could, hosted them within the city, attempting the difficult work of making allies at once respected and less feared. Yet his government strained. The elite families of Constantinople had no desire to see their wealth leave in cartloads of coins. The clergy would not support a formal union with Rome dictated under duress. The populace, the craftsmen, sailors, and small traders, whose livelihoods the august fire had consumed, saw cost and humiliation, not benefit. For them, the return of Isaac and the elevation of Alexios IV had not restored what they felt they had lost since the seizure of power in 1195. It had introduced foreign garrisons and new taxes. Skirmishes flared through the autumn and into winter. Latin foragers clashed with city patrols beyond the walls. Parties of Greek youths stole out at night to harry pickets. Insults traded across the ditches turned, often enough, into arrows. Within the palace, factions argued over policy and over the young emperor's reliance on his Western partners. A figure from the imperial court's margins began to gather support. Alexios Doukas, nicknamed Mortsophlos for his heavy brows, a capable official with allies among the guards. He presented himself as the defender of the city's dignity against a regime that could not defend itself without foreigners. The money question would not be solved by rhetoric. Early winter saw another payment delivered to the camp, part silver, part goods priced at rates set by accountants, but still short of the total. The Venetians itemized the arrears. The barons, sensitive to both the debt and their men's patience, deferred their own complaints and tried to keep the host intact. From the south and east came reports from those contingents that had gone directly to the Levant. Acre secure but uneasy, barons weary of waiting. Snow fell on the hills around the Bosporus and then melted. The army remained in place. Inside Hagia Sophia, the clergy kept the round of services. The mosaics glowed in winter light. In Latin chapels in camp, priests said Mass in the shorter days. Letters moved slowly between Rome and the Bosporus, their councils arriving months after decisions had been made. Innocent III urged discipline and warned again against violence among Christians. He encouraged the completion of the vow and counseled reconciliation with the Greeks through persuasion, not arms. The legates with the army weighed those words against the ledger books in the Venetian pavilion, and the emperor's pledges delayed by riots and resistance. By February 1204, the mood had shifted decisively within the city. Crowds gathered around speakers who promised to rid Constantinople of the burden outside the walls and the boy emperor who had brought it there. The Varangian Guard remained loyal to the throne. Other units wavered. At night, the lights in the WWII palace burned late as Isaac's courtiers and Alexios IV's advisors tried to balance their patron's survival against a rising tide. The Latin leaders could read this as clearly as anyone. Their warehouse of hopes for pay, for provisions, for a spring departure to Egypt depended on a regime that might not hold the weak. They responded as soldiers do when a negotiation begins to fail. They inventoried stores, repaired rigging, and tested engines. They mapped the next stretches of wall to be assaulted should talks collapse. They sent one more embassy to the palace, asking for payment and departure by a fixed date. The answer came in evasions and new promises, and then, suddenly, in a form no one could mistake. In the night, a palace coup removed the emperors from power. Isaac II, already frail, was confined. Alexios IV was seized and imprisoned. In the morning, the people heard a new name proclaimed, Alexios V, the same Mortsouflos who had positioned himself as the city's defender. The treaty that had kept a tense peace between camp and court no longer had a signer. The new emperor took measures at once, strengthening gates, calling militia to the walls, renewing the loyalty of the Varangians with gifts and fair words. He sent a message to the western camp, announcing his accession and demanding that the army depart. The leaders sent back a reply as measured as they could make it. Release the deposed emperors, honor the debts, and the host would go. The reply from the city's towers was a shower of arrows at the next parley. Winter broke into the early damp days of March. The fleet lay ready in the Golden Horn. The Crusaders stood to arms along the ditches before WWII, and within the walls, a city honed by centuries of siege brought its full attention to the banks opposite. What had begun as a restoration had become a standoff between a new emperor and an army bound by a vow whose logic had been bent twice already. The next decision would not be taken in a counting house or a council tent. It would be made on stone, beneath banners and smoke, where the chain had fallen the previous summer and where now, for the second time in a year, the Queen of Cities would hear rams thud and towers grind forward. The cold months loosened their grip on the Bosporus, while the camp outside the WWII learned to read the city's walls like a text. Ditch, outwork, terrace, tower, each stone with a duty. Inside, the coup that had begun in whispers ended in proclamation. Alexios Doukas, called Mortsouflos for his dark knitted brows, was lifted to the throne as Alexios V. By morning, he inspected gates and ordered fresh timbers for mantlets. paid the Varangians in full, and put captains he trusted at the Blackerney Bends, where land wall met sea wall. He had not inherited a treasury that could keep 2 emperors on stipends and an army at the gate, but he had inherited a city accustomed to sieges and to the harsh arithmetic that keeps them. The deposed emperors were not returned to the light. Isaac II, fragile ill since his restoration, faded in confinement. His son, Alexios IV, whose promises had tied the western camp to Constantinople through a winter of uneasy favors, did not survive the new order. His death in prison ended the treaty that bore his name and removed the only signature that linked arrears to legitimacy. Outside the walls, the news passed from tent to tent without theatrics. The leaders gathered and wrote what the situation already said. Payments owed would not be paid by a ruler who denied their contract and demanded their departure. Provisions promised for an Egyptian campaign would not be sent down the Golden Horn by a court that had just replaced those who made the pledge. Alexios V began where any prudent emperor would, by testing the enemy's cohesion. He tightened patrols along the harbor and land walls and sent fire ships out under cover of night. Rafts and hulks loaded with brushwood and pitch pushed on a fair wind toward the Venetian line inside the Golden Horn. The Venetians had anticipated the attempt. Cutters rowed fast to tow burning frames aside. Anchors were slipped so that ships could swing clear. Crews stood with hooks and poles to pry flaming bundles back into the current. A handful of masts charred. Most of the fleet rode out the attack with singed rigging and a new respect for the emperor's nerve. By day, the emperor encouraged harrying from the gates. A charge of horse along the shore to trouble foragers, a sudden sally by foot to snap up an outpost, and then a measured return beneath the cover of scorpions and arrows on the parapet. By night, watchers in the western camp learned the cadence of change inside the city. The bells at Hagia Sophia, the torches that moved along the war walks, the occasional shout of the Varangian guard, speaking in a language not Greek and not Latin, their axes catching light. The councils outside ran on 2 clocks at once, the calendar of a vow that still pointed to Egypt, and the clock of supplies, pay, and weather that measured how long an army could remain idle beneath a hostile capital. Boniface of Montferrat, Baldwin of Flanders, Louise of Blois, Hugh of St. Paul, and the other barons met with the Venetian captains and Doge Enrico Dandolo, who, nearly blind and old, yet irrepressible, moved from ship to shore with steady purpose. The legates carried Rome's cautions into the arguments like a plumb line. The Pope forbade war upon Christians. Reconciliation must be pursued. The ledger spoke with equal clarity. The men were owed, the ships were dear, and winter had already consumed months of biscuit. Negotiation was not abandoned at once. The leaders sent a final embassy to the palace asking for the release of the deposed emperors and for an installment of the arrears that would allow the army to sail. The reply came from the walls in the language of arrows. The new emperor made a public show of tightening the city's belt. He redistributed coins to the guard units, reaffirmed oaths on the reliquary of the true cross, and summoned guilds and districts to muster points, turning markets into drill grounds. The message was clear even without words. Constantinople would not buy another piece from the foreigners in its suburbs. The army drew breath for a different sort of argument. Along the north bank, Venetian shipwrights extended the timber towers on paired hulls, increasing the height of the fighting platforms and shoring their bases so that the structures would not sway in the chop. Ship carpenters rigged wider gangways with grapnels at their ends to bite parapets. Leather coverings were stretched over the towers' faces to shed burning resin. On the landward side, carpenters framed new ladders, pioneers cut fascinas and bundles to choke the ditch. Smiths mended rivets and shod horses. Scouts and engineers paced the same ground that had been tested in the summer, measuring again the angles and the reach of the WWII complex. A new plan took shape. A coordinated assault by water and by land, not as an act of revenge, but as a method to force a settlement that letters could no longer achieve. To fit the plan to the ground, the army shifted. Companies moved their tents from the first lines opposite the palace bends to positions that aligned better with the sea walls along the Golden Horn, where the Venetians believed they could force a breach. Stores were ferried between banks. The chain of signals, horns, flags, the sacred banners carried by chaplains was rehearsed. On the water, squadrons divided by banner and quarter, each with its appointed towers and ladders. On land, counts took posts beneath the standards of Flanders, Blois, and Hainaut, their ranks arranged so that mailed knights would fight on foot under the cover of infantry shields and crossbows. The city answered preparation with counter-preparation. Workmen raised fresh palisades behind vulnerable towers. Great stones were hoisted to parapets for dropping. Pots of lime were stacked to blind and choke attackers. Bowyers set up under awnings to keep sinew strings from damp. From the palace quarter, orders ran to the harbor masters to clear craft that might obstruct the line of fire from the walls. From monasteries, prayers rose for deliverance not from pagans, but from coreligionists who camped under Latin priests' crosses beyond the ditch. The emperor's officers visited quarters along the land wall with distributions, wine for courage, bread for loyalty, while clerks took names and tallied arms. Before steel met stone, there were still attempts at speech. A final parley at the wall opened with formalities and ended with insult. Each side accused the other of breaking faith. The Latins argued that the city had received its rightful rulers and then murdered one and confined the other. The Greeks argued that the Latins had turned a vow for Jerusalem into pressure upon Constantinople. No middle path remained between those sentences except to leave, and neither side would choose it first. The first general assault fell on an early April day when the wind was wrong. On the water, the Venetian towers lurched toward the wall, but could not hold their platforms steady against the gusts that came crooked down the Golden Horn. Gangways swung just shy of merlons. Missile! Fire poured down from above. Crews fought to keep holes from fouling one another. On land, the ditch sucked at boots and bundles. Ladders slid. A dozen brave men planted standards on parapets, only to be pushed back by a rush of axemen. By nightfall, horns called the attackers off with more dead than honors to show. The camp took stock. Engineers adjusted anchorages so paired hulls could be hauled tight beneath the wall with capstans. Sailmakers fashioned windbreaks from spare cloth to calm the platforms. On land, the pioneers worked closer to the WWII kink, where angles gave some cover and where the new emperor had been seen often, encouraging. Alexios V did not waste the respite. Fireships tried again under a cleaner wind. The Venetian line moved like a living thing, opening to let the burning hulks slide through where current and oar allowed, closing behind them. A few ship sides smoked. The great towers stood. From the city's walls, trumpets signaled a sally against the Flemish lines. It bit, shook a cohort, and fell back under a sheet of arrows. Each stroke taught both camps how the next would be met. In the western tents, the legates judged the moment. They heard confessions before the renewed attempt and, with discretion tempered by necessity, framed their absolutions in the language of a hard case. The men had not crossed the sea to fight fellow Christians, but the murder of the pledged emperor and the city's refusal to settle debts had transformed restraint into compulsion. They did not claim to change Rome's mind. They gave men standing beneath banners a way to lift their shields without believing themselves forsworn. For the second assault, they chose a shorter list of targets and waited for weather that would favor the towers. The Venetians lashed ships in threes this time for stability and set heavier anchors. They extended gangways with iron-bound claws. Behind them, the Doge had his galley's prow plated and positioned so he could be seen beneath his banner, a figurehead of resolve. On land, the counts arrayed solidly rather than broadly, accepting a narrower frontage for greater weight. The pioneers' bundles of brush had half tamed the ditch where they intended to cross. The reserve, knights who would mount if a gate opened, waited behind a screen of shields. The wind turned. It blew steady along the length of the Golden Horn, not across it. On the chosen morning, horns answered horns, and the water moved first. Towers crept forward, oars biting in short pulls, hawsers paying out, then tightened to hold hulls snug to stone. Gangways crashed. The defenders' first volleys fell heavy, then light as the distance closed, and battle became a bristling of spear points at arm's reach. Somewhere along the line, a Venetian banner found purchase. A dozen men gained a crenelle and made a platform of bodies to pull others up. 2 towers along, another breach. The winged lion went up on a captured turret. Along the land wall near the Blackernay folds, wooden ladders swayed and then steadied as men at their feet jammed them into the choked ditch. A small postern gate gave under ram and fire. The Varangians countercharged and slammed it shut, but a section of the outer wall nearby, undermined by earlier work, buckled. The fight rippled rather than burst. Once 2 or 3 towers were held in the harbor stretch. Defenders lost the certainty that had kept them on narrow walks above a drop. Fire blossomed again in the wind and ran along roofs. Not as conflagration planned, but as panic made fuel. On the land side, a banner of Flanders appeared where no banner had been an hour before, and a trumpet called knights to foot again to widen a torn place rather than to ride. The emperor moved along the inner circuits, gathering men where he could and sending them where the line sagged, his heavy brows and firm gestures buying minutes. Those minutes could not be made coins. By late afternoon, the attackers held a handful of towers on the harbor wall firmly and had opened a breachable section on the landward bend. Against that shape, Alexios V weighed the forces he could still trust and made the same calculation his predecessor had made months earlier. In the night, he left the city. He did not flee alone. Officers and courtiers went with him, but he fled. In the dark, inside the walls, factions that had argued respect and humiliation for months now argued leadership with terror at the gates. Some urged a last defense under any banner and any noble who would stand. Others talked of opening negotiations with the men whose standards already flew from pieces of their war. Before dawn, the attackers discovered the abdication in the simplest way. The resistance at key points was brave but uncoordinated, and messengers from within came with contradictory offers. The Western leaders answered with demands that would have been familiar in any capitulation. Gates opened, arrears satisfied, hostages for good faith. And then, seeing that the city could no longer speak with one voice, they set formations for entry at daylight, regardless of answer. The Venetians held their captured towers on the water. On land, rams creaked forward where the masonry had been gnawed thin. Behind them, companies in ordered blocks waited with shields locked. Morning washed the harbor stones pale. Smoke from the previous day's fires drifted behind the skyline. In the space between 2 towers along the Golden Horn, a section of wall, undermined and fired, let go and fell inward with the sound men recognize as the end of endurance. Trumpets answered, lines moved. The queen of cities had outlasted sieges by Avars, Persians, Rus, and Bulgars, It had endured fires and earthquakes and palace revolutions. It had never before faced a breach made under the standards of men who wore crosses to keep a promise 2 seas away. What happened next would not be a single stroke, but a sequence. Entry, contest in the streets and courtyards, a final, exhausted recognition that the fight was lost, and then the unmaking and remaking that follows any great city's fall. At first light, the gap in the seawall showed as a darker seam between 2 towers, smoke smudging the stones above it. Trumpets answered each other along the line of ships and the ditches before the WWII. Men who had rehearsed the sequence for weeks moved as if reading from a page. Anchors paid out, hawsers hauled taut, gangways swung. On the landward side, ladders went up in the same breath that rams nosed the weakened joints. Arrows fell in hissing bundles. The heavy, rhythmic thud of stones from engines beat time behind the voices. The exact moment when a city becomes permeable is rarely clean. Here it came in patches. A Venetian fighting platform planted like a bridgehead on one harbor tower. A Flemish banner appearing and disappearing through wind-blown smoke at a rent in the outer wall near the palace bend. A small postern forced, shut, forced again. The Varangians, broad-shouldered foreigners with long axes who had kept imperial oaths for generations, rallied wherever the line sagged, their charge recognizable by the sudden, tight wedge of shields. But the cadence of defense had changed. Orders no longer matched the place they were meant for. Runners arrived late. Fires started where no officer had told them to start. In the night, the emperor had gone. Inside, the court struggled to turn fear into instruction. Some shouted to hold the inner lines. Others argued for negotiations with the men whose standards already moved above broken parapets. The first decision the attackers faced in daylight was practical. Widen the breaches before the defenders could improvisedly wall them. Keep ships pressed to stone so men could cross without the gangways being lavered away, and avoid being funneled into alleys where a few axemen could ruin a company. On the north bank, the Venetians kept a rhythm learned in other ports. Board, clear, hold, hand up the next file. On land, blocks of infantry went first, shields knitted, knights fighting on foot behind them to keep momentum in narrow spaces. Where ladders met merlons, men jammed their shoulders under rungs so the weight above them would not bow the wood. Those who gained the walkways made themselves into a platform for the next hands. By mid-morning, the seam on the harbor wall was no longer a seam. 2, then 3 towers on the Golden Horn stretch flew the winged lion of St. Mark. The connecting parapets were garrisoned and began to function as causeway rather than barrier. Smoke drifted over the water. The previous day's fires had left whole streets ready to go again at a spark. On the WWII terrace, the outer line gave visibly at one angle. Stone cracked by weeks of work buckled as rams found the exact rhythm needed to upset tired masonry. Once the outer barrier folded, the defenders' footing became precarious. The inner wall loomed behind them, higher in sound, but to reach it, they had to cross ground, now open to arrows, and to those awkward, desperate dashes the Varangians could not cover everywhere at once. There were places where resistance held stubbornly. At a narrow gate near the palace, Varangian files countercharged twice and drove men off ladders with the bladed ends of their axes. To the south, nearer the harbor, a militia contingent from one of the city's districts poured out of an opening and tried to roll up a line forming along the base of the sea wall. Each time, mass and preparation answered courage. Gangways thumped down again. Reinforcements came forward over bodies. Small triumphs for the defenders became, after a few minutes, positions they could not keep. When the first larger gate on the harbor side opened inward, it did so almost by oversight. A timber burned half through gave under pressure. a hinge split, and the door sagged. A Venetian party rushed it with shields overhead like a roof and shoved the panel the rest of the way. Knights who had been held in reserve mounted in the alleys behind the harborside houses, not to wheel in a cavalry charge, but to move faster through streets cluttered with carts, workshop benches, and collapsed roofing. Infantrymen, crossbowmen, and dismounted retainers followed, shouting recognizable words so their companions would not strike friend for foe in the dust. The first hours inside were a contest of yards. Men fought over stairways and small courtyards, along arcades that had been markets the day before, and at the mouths of lanes that led toward the palace quarter. Citizens watched from doorways and then pulled shutters tight. Bells rang, some signaling musters, some tolling for prayers. Processional banners hung motionless in churches until vergers took them down and hid them in closets or under pavements. Word ran that the rulers were gone. Other words contradicted it. In the confusion, leaders of ward associations tried to keep their men steady, beating spears against shields to hold a line at a corner until it made no sense to hold it any longer. By afternoon, the attackers held continuous stretches of the sea-wall and portions of the land wall near the WWII, with lanes punched between them. A party forced the Carisius gate on the landward side. Another reached the outer precinct of the palace. The Varangian guard, knowing what had happened and what had not, withdrew in order toward the center, covering clergy and court officers as they moved relics and objects of state into safer hands or more defensible spaces. Hagia Sophia's bronze doors were shut against both panic and persuasion. The city had not fallen in the sense of sudden silence. It was being opened room by room. Then the pressure broke. In the night that followed, a dense, uncoordinated movement began as ward captains dismissed their men, as households weighed whether to flee or to bar themselves in, and as bands of defenders who had held one stretch found no one to hold the next. At dawn, messengers from inside still came out with offers, but no one could enforce them. Where the walls stood unbroken, gates opened anyway to small detachments with flags. Where the wall had been breached, the stream did not stop. On the third morning, the Crusader and Venetian commanders set formal guards on major gates and around the palace district, trying to keep companies from melting away into opportunistic bands. But even organized entry has a limit. It cannot absorb the shock that follows when a city recognizes that no coherent order remains. The sack began not as a proclamation, but as the consequence of a severed chain of command. The attack leaders had told their men that if the city were taken, they would have their customary right to plunder for a fixed time, provisions and coin first, and with control where possible. They also knew what discipline meant when thousands of men who had been promised pay and were short of it crossed thresholds that opened into treasure rooms and storerooms and houses. For 3 days, order narrowed to posts and patrols around specific targets, arsenals, gates, the palace precinct, while elsewhere streets and sanctuaries were stripped. Contemporaries left accounts from both sides. Latin writers, even those who celebrated victory, admitted the scale. Churches opened, reliquaries broken for the metal that housed the relics. Silk and brocade torn for shares, panels pried from chests with knives. Greek witnesses, foremost among them the bureaucrat and historian Niketas Choniates, described scenes that would become the standard of outrage. Horses led into sanctuaries, chalices used as cups, a prostitute dancing on a high place in Hagia Sophia while men laughed. Some reports fix on a man with an axe cutting through a mosaic in search of gold that was paint and glass. Others list the holy bodies lifted and carried west. John the Baptist's arm, a nail or two from the cross, the head of St. Clement, assembling in Latin lands a geography of sanctity and diaspora. Fires added a new ruin to the old. In the crush around the harbor quarter and the markets above it, flames that started as cooking or as malice found tinder in timbered houses and ran unchecked with a spring wind. In places, the conquerors fought fire to save their own bivouacs and lines of retreat. In others, they let it serve as argument that resistance was pointless. Entire districts burned, including neighborhoods that had already suffered damage the summer before. When the smoke lifted, the skyline had gaps that would take a generation to fill and others that would never be mended. The Venetians behaved like a state, even in the chaos. Their captains posted guards on granaries and customs houses and moved quickly to secure the imperial arsenal. Ropes, anchors, sails, spare spars, knowing that control of the harbor's working stock would decide authority long after looting ended. They marked certain churches and palaces with chalk to claim them for their share according to the agreements already drafted between Republic and host. Crates were filled in a different spirit from the foragers. Inventory was taken, lists made, transport arranged. Teams pried the great bronze horses from the hippodrome's quadriga and got them down with ropes, a technical feat in the midst of wreckage that would carry the animals to St. Mark's in Venice and fix them there as permanent trophies. The Crusader barons tried to overlay the customary privilege of sack with a ledger. First, gather coin and bullion to satisfy arrears, then plate and textiles to be inventoried and divided under oath, then, and only then, personal shares. Their chaplains argued the same from pulpits improvised in courtyards. Plunder was a limited right. Excess would damn the soul and weaken the host to the point that no one would receive what had been promised. Some commanders held their units to it. Others did not, and in those lanes, outrage walked easily. There were scenes of protection, too, houses marked for safety because a family had given shelter during the siege. Monasteries spared because a captain had a brother in orders. A small church in a back street kept inviolate because a Venetian had married there in another year. The city that had housed every contradiction of the Eastern Mediterranean now held them in ruin as well. By the end of the third day, horns called men back to colors and strong places: the palace, the Augustine square, the harbors. Patrols pushed looters out of areas designated for storage and administration. The Varangians, those who had not fallen or fled, melted away or sought terms. The last pockets of organized Greek resistance either bargained or followed new leaders out through gates towards safety inland. Crowds of citizens, stunned into dull compliance, emerged to seek water and to register claims with whoever would listen. The cost was immediate and uncountable. Lives, houses, treasuries broken, and, for the people who had called it the Queen of Cities, a sense that the ladder between earth and heaven that their liturgy had always implied had been yanked rudely down. In the days that followed, the conquerors turned from battle sequence to administration. Warehouses were catalogued, seals applied. A committee of 12, 6 Venetians, 6 from the host, was formed to draft rules for dividing what had been taken and for apportioning the empire's lands imagined as prizes yet to be claimed beyond the city. The document that would emerge, later called the Partitio, began as lists of quarters, ports, and islands, with notes about their revenues, defenses, and means of supply. It would fix on parchment a rearrangement whose practical enforcement would be another story. A more visible question stood first: who would be emperor in the taken city? The senior barons and the doge agreed that a ruler must be chosen quickly, and that neither side could impose one alone. The same dozen men who were tallying spoils would also select a crown, half from Venice, half from the Crusader host, to balance mercantile muscle and knightly claim. Most observers expected Boniface of Montferrat, a leader by birth and habit, with family ties that ran deep into Byzantine politics. Others argued for Baldwin of Flanders, younger, devout, steady, with a following strong enough to take and hold oath. The city, still smoking, listened to names it did not love and would eventually learn to hate. News of the capture ran fast past the mountains. In Rome, when letters arrived, they described victory and ruin together. Innocent III's earlier condemnations of the attack on Christians were on record. His grief at the sack would be public and real. Yet the conquest also presented him with a fact he could try to turn to what he understood as the necessary good: obedience of the Greek Church to Rome, at least on the page, and a Latin power seated where a Greek one had stood. His correspondence would show both notes in the months to come: reprimand that did not retract, acceptance that tried to discipline and to direct. Among the Greeks, the first answers to loss formed quickly. The most prominent families and capable officers who escaped the city looked for ground where they could regroup. In Nicaea, across the water in Asia, they found a base to sustain a continuity that would call itself empire even without the capital. Others gathered in Epirus in the rugged west, calling on local ties to hold a line there. The story of resistance and accommodation would belong to future chapters and to maps that looked suddenly different. For the men who had fought their way through smoke and over stones, the present held smaller decisions and practical work: to post watches, to bring grain out of the countryside without turning the countryside against them, to mend ships and maintain the arsenals, to assign districts to officers who could keep soldiers and citizens from tearing at one another every hour of the day. Priests said mass in churches that had seen their altars stripped and tried to give back to sacraments a gravity that looting could not erase forever. In workshops where the forges had gone cold, smiths looked for bellows that had not burned, and boys, seeing their fathers' trades disordered, asked what could be made in a city now ruled by other men. The hippodrome, where factions had once shouted charioteers' colors and emperors had been acclaimed, stood quieter, its marble spina nicked where ropes had rasped, its bronze horses gone. The palace quarter, the Auguste Dion, the long ceremonial ways, each had new banners and men who did not yet know which door led where. In the harbor, the lines of hulls that had been arrayed for assault shifted to civilian rhythms. Ferries carrying officials to lists and inventories, barges piled with grain sacks under the eye of Venetian clerks, galleys patrolling against thieves now that the enemy was inside rather than outside the walls. What the conquerors had taken would need a name, a diadem, and a court. What the city had suffered would need a history, which its own writers were already beginning to frame in words that balanced lament and instruction. The fleet did not weigh anchors for Egypt. The vow that had been sewn in cloth crosses at Écouay and Champagne had changed shape again, tied now to a capital pried open by men who believed they were buying time, pay, and a path. The committee of 12 met in heated rooms to count and to choose. Outside, the spring air moved across broken tiles. Within a few weeks, a crown would be set on a Frankish head in the same basilica where Alexios IV had been made emperor beside his blinded father. Between those ceremonies lay more than months. They held a change in the map of Christendom, and a wound that would be counted not by years, but by the way both halves of the old world spoke of each other thereafter. The smoke had thinned, but it lingered in the seams of the stones. In courtyards where ash still lifted at a step, officials of the army and the Republic met under awnings and began to convert conquest into a ledger. 12 men, 6 Venetians chosen by the Great Council, 6 barons of the host, took seats at a long table and wrote rules for dividing what could be counted and for assigning what could only be promised. They worked from inventories scribbled by clerks who moved through warehouses and palace rooms with tablets and charcoal. So many bolts of Syrian silk, so many cups of gilded silver, so many sacks of grain in the granaries near the harbor, so many anchors and coils of rope in the arsenal. Beyond the city, they listed ports and islands that had not yet been taken at all, noting their harbors, their fortifications, and the dues they might yield if garrisons could be found to hold them. The document that took shape, known later as the Partitio Romanae, was a map written as a budget. 1/4 of the city and a half of its empire were to fall to Venice, in recognition of the ships, crews, and credit without which the expedition would have stranded in the lagoon. The remainder was to be divided among the Crusader host and the new imperial authority they would create. Some assignments were straightforward. The Venetians would take quarters along the Golden Horn and key harbors where their trade could be relaunched under guard. The host would receive revenue from inland towns and lands that could provision armies. Other lines were aspirational. Crete, promised to Boniface by the young Alexios and then sold to Venice in exchange for cash and other considerations, had yet to be occupied. Euboea lay outside the walls and would need negotiation or force. Thessalonica, second city of the Greek world, could not be awarded on parchment alone. Before any of that could be made true, the city needed a crown. The same committee that counted and allotted would also choose an emperor. The choice was staged with care to keep the balance between the leaders on land and the power on water. Names narrowed quickly to 2. Boniface of Montferrat had led by stature and lineage. His family had deep entanglements with the old empire's court, and he had supporters who believed he could gather Greek elite to him more easily. Baldwin of Flanders and Hainaut, young, devout, steady, had a strong following among the French and Flemish and a reputation for mildness that recommended him to men thinking of long garrisons rather than short victories. The 12 voted. They chose Baldwin. Boniface accepted the result publicly, though not without looking toward the great Macedonian port that had been a prize in his mind since before the fleet left the lagoon. The army and the Republic moved quickly to stage legitimacy. On the 16th of May, 1204, Baldwin was crowned in Hagia Sophia. Latin eyes saw splendor restored amid ruin. The dome still catching the light, processions of clergy and magnates answering the intoned prayers. The diadem set upon a Frankish head where, months earlier, a Greek boy emperor had taken his vows beside his blinded father. Greek observers, those who came or were compelled to come, did not mistake the meaning. The words were in another tongue. The anointing followed a rite that was familiar and not. The choir sang in a cadence not their own. Yet the ritual still held a power that both sides understood. An emperor had been made under the dome that conferred more than ceremony. It offered, as always, a claim to order. Government must be staffed. The Latins filled offices with titles that had moved through centuries: a marshal, a constable, a chamberlain for the new court, a logothete, not Greek in person now, but Latin in charge, who would oversee the flow of monies in and out of treasuries. Counts and castellans for quarters within the walls and towns beyond. Venice placed its own men where harbors could be watched and dues collected. A Latin patriarch was elected, Thomas Morosini, a Venetian, by the clergy favorable to the conquerors and the Republic. The choice, pushed forward by Venice, complicated the new emperor's relations with Rome. Innocent III had condemned the sack and warned against usurpation among Christians. He was not eager to see a see filled without his full consent. Letters went back and forth. The Pope's grief at the violence did not prevent him, in time, from recognizing what could not be undone, but his acceptance was conditional, his admonitions plain. The city's sanctuaries were to be protected. The new rulers were to preserve clerical rights. The union of churches should be pursued with persuasion, not compulsion. In practice, unions are not made in correspondence. Greek clergy who would not submit kept to monasteries and rural parishes. Those who did were watched with suspicion by neighbors who had lost homes and reliquaries to men in mail. Outside the palaces and chancelleries, the work was plainer. Feed a city whose markets had burned twice, police streets where resentments could still find a gang, survey walls and repair wherever the rams had left hairline faults that winter rains would widen. Garrison lists were drawn up. Companies were assigned to towers and gates. The arsenal was inventoried again, sails, masts, spars, because whatever else happened, the fleet could not be allowed to become idle. Venetian clerks reopened customs houses, and ships began to move cautiously with guards posted at hatches and crossbows hung beneath stern awnings. In the hippodrome, where the quadriga had stood, ropes had left grooves in marble where workmen had lowered the bronze horses from their plinth. The empty spaces stared at the square like missing teeth. Markets reassembled under tarps. Boiler makers rehung their kettles. Men who had fought on ladders the week before now weighed olive oil on balances and argued over measures as if the world had not turned. The committee made land grants. To Montferrat, Thessalonica, and the lands of Macedonia, subject to confirmation by the new emperor. To other barons, lordships scattered like seeds along lines none of them had walked before. Fiefs in Thrace, islands in the Aegean, hill towns in Bithynia, and along the Propontis shore in Asia. The allocations came with conditions: an oath to Baldwin, the obligation to provide mounted men or ships when called, the duty to fortify and to hold. This was feudal language set down on a Roman frame, a charter for a realm that had never before been described in Western terms. In castles and towns, Greek leaders read the Latin titles and recognized much of the substance even where the words had changed. Garrison, tax, safe conduct, these were matters of practice more than vocabulary. Where the conquerors kept order and paid fairly, they found accommodation. Where they did not, they learned how fast an empire can become a corridor. Boniface turned south in the summer with followers who wanted lands, and with an argument that mobility would overcome uncertainty. Thessalonica opened to him after short fighting and negotiation, its elites weighing the inevitability of a Latin lordship against the advantage of having that lordship in the hands of a man who had not just been elected over their first choice. He took the city and the crown appropriate to a king, not an emperor, with Baldwin's acknowledgement, and began to draw to himself the lords who would make a second Latin center in the North Aegean basin. Venice moved in the same months to make parchment true in salt air. Her ships established posts on Euboea and in ports along the Peloponnesian coast. She pressed her claim to Crete not by parade but by patrols, purchases, and force where needed, knowing that whoever held the island's harbors would hold a key to the sea lanes between Syria and Sicily. Baldwin remained in the capital, and then went out along the immediate edges of the new realm with a court that carried its own novelty. Frankish and Flemish knights riding beneath banners through villages where Greek peasants crossed themselves at the sight. Not because a demon had passed, but because this was a different kind of lordship and one that might ask for more carts and more men than they could afford to give. The emperor's first season was spent in consolidating Thrace and the lands immediately west of the city, receiving submission from towns, placing garrisons, confirming privileges where he could, and reassuring others with oaths that seemed to promise continuity in exchange for obedience. He also crossed to Asia to secure Nicomedia and the approaches to Nicaea, because the court that had fled the city was forming a new core there under Theodore Lascaris, a son-in-law of Alexios III. The empire's body had not died. It had recoiled into other limbs. Diplomacy ran along side marches. In the north, among the Bulgarians, a monarch of energy and sharp intelligence had been at work. Kaloyan, successor to Peter and Asen, had already opened a correspondence with Rome, seeking recognition that would elevate his kingship in the eyes of neighbors and subjects. Innocent, eager to see the Bulgarian church align with Latin obedience and to place another crown within a network that answered to him, sent a legate and a diadem. In 1204, the same year the Latin Empire was made, Kaloyan received papal recognition and began to style himself in charters in terms that matched his ambition. He watched the new Latin rulers test their strength in Thrace and saw opportunity. Greek towns there, resentful of taxes and garrisons imposed by foreign soldiers who prayed differently, might be coaxed into rebellion with a promise of protection. Kaloyan sent letters across the mountains, offering alliance to Greeks weary of Latin demands. He took for himself, in dark humor, a title his enemies had once used against a Norman invader: Roman Slayer, not to prove cruelty, but to persuade that he would break those who had broken Constantinople. In Asia, Theodore Lascaris claimed continuity, gathered troops, and set up chancery and court in Nicaea. He was no emperor in the capital. He was a ruler in exile who nonetheless held a broad and defensible base. His brother and allies moved among Bithynian towns, reminding people that Latin garrisons were thin and that a return to Greek rule, if only for now, in this region might be possible if they held firm and waited. Along the southern shore of the Black Sea, far to the east, the Komnenoi of Trebizond had established yet another center of Greek authority under the protection of Georgian power. In Epirus, Michael Komnenos Doukas carved out a principality in the rugged west, less interested in claims to universal empire than in controlling valleys and passes that could be held with a handful of good fortresses. The fall of the capital had shuffled the deck. Hands were being played in several rooms. The Latin administration in Constantinople tried to make itself normal. Coin was struck in the old shapes, cup-shaped trachea that felt right in the hand to men who had used them for decades, even as the gold content and weight varied. Market rules were posted again. Italian and Provençal merchants jostled with Greek shopkeepers under arcades rebuilt in timber where stone would once have stood. The great palace could not return to what it had been. It was too large and too marked, but parts of it were cleaned and used to house the court, to hold audiences, to give visiting envoys a sense that this was a new center with old capacities. Venetian notaries recorded rents due from wharves and shops. The emperor's scribes began to copy charters and privileges into a new register so that claims could be argued without swords for a change. None of it erased the memory of entry. Niketas Choniats, writing from exile, composed a history that would carry the grief of the fall across years. Latin chroniclers, men like Villehardouin and Robert of Clary, wrote their own narratives that justified decisions made on wharves and in council tents. Between them, a shape emerges, a realm made unstable by its birth, an emperor elected by men who needed pay, an ally in Venice that was also a rival, neighbors in Bulgaria and in the Greek successor states who would not accept that what had happened in April should become permanent. Events conspired to test that shape quickly. In the winter that followed the coronation, unrest in Thrace grew beneath the surface. Garrison commanders took grain where tax had been promised. Men on patrol drank wine in villages and paid with promises they could not keep. Towns sent letters to Kaloyan. He sent back envoys with assurances that if they rose against the Latins, he would come with horsemen and enforce a new order with a firm hand. The emperor, hearing rumors, reacted as rulers do. He moved forces to the place where maps and whispers overlapped. In early 1205, Baldwin marched into Thrace to quell dissent and to bring forward towns that had hesitated to take his oath. He left his brother Henry to guard the capital and took with him a following that believed speed would prevent trouble from becoming war. Meanwhile, Boniface in Thessalonica balanced friendship and autonomy. He recognized Baldwin's primacy. He also treated with lords around him as if his kingship were not merely delegated. Venice and Montferrat sparred politely over islands and coastlines that both wanted within reach of their harbors. In Rome, Innocent tried to pull threads together with letters. To Baldwin, urging justice and restraint. To Venice, chiding over the patriarch and the conduct of soldiers. To Caloyan, urging Christian peace while warning against attacks on the faithful. To Greek clergy, inviting union under the Latin rite and reminding them of the sin of schism. Paper did not keep the wind from shifting. By spring, the emperor's column of knights and foot had reached the fields near Adrianople. The city sat in a bend of the Maritza, a place where rivers and roads made flats that could be ridden over fast when the season was right. The Latins expected a show of force to bring out submission. They found instead towns half-committed and a Bulgarian army moving with Cumans allied to it, light horse who could pull a field of heavy riders into a chase they would regret. Baldwin and his counselors took stock and made a camp, waiting for their enemies to show plainly and for allies to close behind them. Messengers rode back to Constantinople for men. Others went to Thessalonica to ask Boniface to come with speed. In the capital, repairs paused as news traveled. In Venice, as spring opened the Adriatic, convoys formed with soldiers on benches and grain in the hold, bound for Euboea and Crete and the ports of the Morea. In Nicaea and Epirus and Trebizond, Greek scribes sharpened their pens and wrote charters as if titles could harden into facts by ink alone. In Thrace, farmers watched cavalry pickets ride past and told their sons to keep to the trees until the flags changed again. On the emperor's march, chaplains carried relics and said mass in the early light before trumpets called men to saddle. The new realm had been born in a blaze that seemed, for a breath, to clear the air. It now discovered that smoke moves with the wind. Baldwin's coronation had promised structure. Boniface's kingship had promised a second pole of strength. Venice's quarter had promised a treasury that could put ships where they were needed. But maps made at tables do not hold against mountains unless men hold them. Caloyan knew that. Theodore Lascaris knew that. The men in Adrianople's markets knew that. In the days ahead, the Latin Empire would learn how quickly a crown set in a basilica could be tested in a field, and how a victory measured by towers taken along a harbor wall would not teach you how to answer a feigned retreat on open ground. For the moment, orders went out from the imperial tent to double the watches and to keep horses ready with grain in their nose bags. Scouts were told to ride farther and to resist the urge to chase. The sun, moving higher each day, began to bake the mud out of the river flats. On a road braided with the tracks of hooves and carts, dust rose at a distance that could belong to friends or to enemies. The vow that had once pointed so clearly toward Jerusalem now hung over a camp in Thrace, with banners trimmed by sea winds drifting on a different air, and with men listening for the first thrum of hooves that would decide whether the spring would belong to a newly made empire or to a king who had promised protection to those who wanted the Latins gone. The camp before Adrianople stirred before dawn. Cooks and chaplains moving between banked fires while pickets watched the river mist lift in gray bands from the Maritza. Orders went out softly. water the horses, check girths, keep the foragers close. Baldwin, the new emperor, had come into Thrace to enforce submissions and to discourage towns that had opened their gates to envoys from the north. What he found instead were villages that answered slowly, letters that asked for time, and riders sighted at the edges of fields who vanished before a troop could catch them. Messages from scouts returned with the same pattern. Bulgarian banners somewhere beyond the low hills, smaller pennons that did not match any Latin or Greek armory, camps that moved at dusk and were gone by morning. The camp learned the new names quickly. The northern king, Kaloyan, had brought Cumans, light horse, who did not stop to trade blows at a hedge, but bled a line until it chased, and who made pursuit itself into a trap. The emperor set his dispositions with the caution a mailed cavalry force can manage in flat country, infantry in blocks around the baggage and the siege engines. Crossbowmen moved up to dissuade skirmishers. The heavy cavalry held back for a charge only when the ground and signal allowed it. He had with him Louis of Blois, a man of generous temper and quick courage; Renaud of Montmirail, the Marshal Geoffrey of Villehardouin, who counted grains and hoofbeats as closely as he would later count lines in his account; and numerous Flemish and French barons who believed that a stiff fight won early would reset the province. He sent for Boniface of Montferrat, the king at Thessalonica, to bring weight from the west. In Constantinople, his brother Henry watched the walls, ready to move if called. They had learned enough since the siege to know that a single gate unguarded could erase a season's work. The first encounters came along ditches and in the margins of fields where irrigation cut the ground into narrow causeways. The enemy let arrows fall into horse lines from a distance where return fire felt useless. When companies went out to drive them off, the Cumans gave ground and drew those companies farther. Latin captains reined their men in, grumbled at losses they could not answer, and wrote up returns that showed attrition without engagement. Kaloyan's tents were somewhere beyond the low ridges. His infantry and boyars, heavier troops who would stand if pressed, were said to be drawn up behind, ready to appear when a chase had gone on too long. 2 days of this sharpened the appetite for a clean fight. On the morning chosen by both sides, one seeking to spring a pattern, the other to break it, the enemy showed himself in broader front, horse archers on the wings and heavier units behind. Their line dressed and dressed again, as if inviting the litany the Latins knew. A short prayer, a trumpet, a charge that would crack a screen and scatter men who had never stood to a lance's point. The terrain said no. The eye said yes. Louis of Blois, impatient or persuaded by the sight of a wavering edge, leaned first, then urged, then drove. His household knights went with him. Others, who could not bear to see a comrade isolated, followed. The emperor, unwilling to leave a great vassal unsupported, committed a second wave in cohesion rather than let the first be chewed alone. For a few heartbeats, the old truth held. Heavy horse closed distance that light horse could not recover quickly. Men fell where they had taunted an hour earlier. A banner dipped. Then the light troops melted back through gaps prepared for them, and the Latin advance found not open ground, but a lattice of pits, soft earth near watercourses, and stakes where a hedge had once stood. On either side, riders who had never intended to meet lances head-on curled in and began to pepper the flanks with arrows, riding close and away, until the urge to turn and break them scattered squads into fragments. The second wave came onto a ground less clear than it had seemed from the starting line. The first wave, bunched and winded, began to find itself pressed from 3 sides by men who refused to make a wall and who did not need to. In that chaos, a commander's hand is replaced by individual skill and luck. In such a space, luck leans to those who can decide to run without dishonor and who fight only when the terms suit them. Louis of Blois fell. Crossed lances give little detail. The chronicles preserve a certainty rather than a scene. Men around him died trying to pull him clear. Others saw his banner go down and chose, in a moment both brave and fatal, to take ground they could not hold to recover it. Baldwin, who had committed himself to keep his line from breaking, found his household surrounded and the larger field suddenly expressive of smaller truths. That a mailed man pulled from his saddle by a noosed rope tied to a cuman's saddle horn is a prisoner if he lives. That a knot of 40 brave men cannot make an army's frontage again once it has turned to eddies and knots. That marsh near a river feeds reeds that conceal more than birds. The emperor's horse went down. In the press that followed, he was taken. The route did not roll in a single sheet. Along one flank, Villehardouin and those with him cut their way back to ground where the infantry blocks could shelter broken companies. Along the other, some bands never received the charge signal and held firm around wagons, beating back probes until the enemy decided they were not worth the loss. But the center, a field of decision where lords rode under banners raised for a coronation a year earlier, was undone. Renaud of Montmirail fell there. Standards vanished. Men who had drilled to regularity in camp now relied on memory and companions. By late afternoon, the field belonged to Kaloyan. The Cumans, whose strength was to fight the battle without standing still for it, had done what they had been called for. The heavier Bulgarian troops made the work certain. Prisoners who could pay went under guard. Those who could not paid more dearly. The emperor was conveyed north out of Thrace to Tarnovo, the Bulgarian capital, a city set on hills with river bends below, capable of holding a treasure or a captive far from reach. His captors understood the value of a living pledge, but also the rhetoric of their king, who had taken to himself the dark sobriquet enemies had once given to a Norman, Roman Slayer, the breaker of Romans, by which the Greeks had always named themselves. What passed in the cell where Baldwin was held would become another contest of words in years to come. The Latin side later believed he was murdered in rage or a calculation. The Bulgarian side had no reason to tell the story in a way that softened the edge they had sharpened. What is certain, Baldwin did not return. Word of his death would reach Constantinople the following year. In the meantime, absence did what death would have done more cleanly. It forced a choice. In the days after Adrianople, the countryside chose too. Towns that had taken oaths to Baldwin and kept them while his camp stood nearby now watched convoys of wounded and scattered men pick their way back toward the capital. Bulgarian detachments and local bands tested gates in the flatlands. The Latin garrisons in the Thracian towns counted their bolts and rations and sent to Constantinople for relief. Within the city, the news arrived with returning survivors. The emperor taken, great lords dead, a field lost not for lack of courage, but for lack of control over a kind of war the host had not expected to fight. The governance the conquerors had only begun to settle needed a head. The barons and Venetian leaders convened. The Doge, Enrico Dandolo, old and near blind, kept his voice clear. The city must be held, the sea must be kept open. A regency must be declared that could make decisions quickly. Baldwin's younger brother, Henry, who had held the capital while the emperor marched, was chosen to be regent. He did not hesitate. He tightened the city's routines. Watches on the land walls, patrols on the harbor, distribution of grain, and began to assemble a column that could reach the most threatened towns, relieve where possible, and withdraw in discipline where not. He wrote to Venice for more ships and to Boniface at Thessalonica for coordination rather than rivalry. Boniface, who had his own frontier to hold, answered with offers and cautions. The Macedonian plain had its own dangers. He would help where he could. Kaloyan moved quickly to turn victory into positions. He took towns that had sent him letters over the winter and now opened their gates in the spring. In others, he let his troops demonstrate consequence until the point was made. In places where Greek populations had risen against Latin garrisons after the news of Adrianople, he confirmed local elites who would answer to him so long as he kept troops within a day's ride. In other places, attempts at revolt were put down roughly, and the memory of those days would thicken later Greek accounts with a darkness that did not need embroidery. The king had a purpose beyond raiding. To make the Thracian plain a buffer he controlled, and to define the Latin Empire, not as a dominion across a map, but as a city and its immediate reaches. In Asia, Theodore Lascaris saw, in the enemy's loss, an interval he could use. His base at Nicaea felt farther from Latin attention when the Latin attention was pulled to Thrace. He moved against positions near Nicomedia and Prusa, probing to see which places would resist a Greek claim and which would accept it in exchange for fewer taxes and familiar rights. In Epirus, Michael Komnenos Doukas began to articulate a principality that paid more attention to local mountains and passes than to distant claims, but which nonetheless drew to it men who preferred Greek rule under any name to Latin under any form. The fragmentation that followed the sack took on sharper outlines. The Latin administration in Constantinople wrote charters as if the borders they described were fixed. The border itself moved every week. Within the walls, the work of survival never stopped. Markets reopened with narrower margins and heavier supervision. The new Latin patriarch tried to secure churches and to stabilize a clergy that had lost altars and respect in the same season. Some Greek priests returned to their parishes under conditions they swallowed for the sake of their people. Others withdrew to monasteries in the countryside or to the successor courts and wrote letters that traveled in loops around the new frontiers. Venetian magistrates strengthened their hold on the harbors and on the quarter assigned them by the partitio, not as looters, but as men who knew that ships leaving on time were the difference between a capital being a node or a sink. Henry did not give the enemy the comfort of a siege of Constantinople that spring. He struck where a column could strike without being drawn into open ground, suited to the enemy's horse. He relieved certain places by speed rather than by mass. He lost men to arrows he could not answer except by keeping them inside shield and wall range. He learned quickly what the emperor had not had time to apply, that Latin cavalry must be held tight until a place and moment suited them, that pursuit in Thrace is an appetite that can be used against you, that the best revenge for a feigned retreat is not to be the feigned pursuer. He brought detachments back intact that earlier might have been drawn out and cut apart, and in doing so he saved the shell of a realm that could have cracked completely in the first month after Adrianople. In Thessalonica, Boniface balanced pride and necessity. He had loved the hope of being chosen emperor, accepted kingship instead, and now faced the arithmetic of garrisons and roads. He took counsel with his Greek subjects, in part because he had to, in part because he had learned quickly that ordering a market to open does less than convincing merchants they can open without being plundered by your own men. He distributed lands to followers, knowing that lands without men on them are lines on a charter. He let Venice keep what Venice could hold on the sea and argued only when an island or port cut his road to the capital. The understanding remained brittle and real. The Latin center could not afford to make Venice an enemy. Venice could not afford to hold a city that bled ships and men into a losing land war. News of Baldwin's fate did not arrive with the first messengers. For a time, the court lived in the strange patience of uncertainty. The regent governed as if an emperor might return. He corresponded with Kaloyan through intermediaries who would not carry promises of ransom they could not keep. The Bulgarian king answered in his own time and terms, using the captive's existence as leverage and lesson. In the spring after the battle, a letter reached Constantinople with a finality many had expected and few could absorb. The emperor was dead in captivity. How and when would be told differently depending on who told it. What the fact required was not a different grief, but a different verb. Henry ceased to be regent and was acclaimed emperor in his own right, a change that steadied the hand, that signed orders and set campaigns in motion. The loss at Adrianople did more than remove a head. It unstitched the belief that the combination of ships, courage, and ceremony that had taken the city would be enough to hold a countryside. It taught, harshly, that a crown set under a great dome does not change the ground in Thrace or the riders who know it. It taught, too, a cohort of Latin commanders how to campaign on terms set by enemies who declined to be pinned. Those lessons would shape the next years. Marches that looked like measured raids, garrisons built around towers that could hold out long enough for relief to matter, alliances sought with local elites who wanted predictable taxes more than new banners, refusals to be drawn into chases that turned into nets. The Greeks who had fled the capital invested more than hope in Nicaea. They built court and chancery with an efficiency born of loss, minted coin, and sent letters to bishops and abbots reminding them that Rome's authority in the city did not require their obedience in Asia. They offered a continuity of right and law, imperfect and disputed, but close enough to what had been to hold communities together. The Latins wrote their own letters, some austere, some conciliatory, inviting clergy to communion with Rome under practical guarantees. Between the two edges, village priests celebrated liturgy in small apses and tried to keep taxes low enough that seed could be kept back for planting. In Venice, the old man who had braided the expedition's fate to his city's interests counted seasons by convoys rather than by battles. Enrico Dandolo would not live to see the Latin Empire steady itself under Henry. He had made and survived the sack, steered the dangerous months that followed, and ensured that his republic's quarter in the city was a fortress of invoices and ropes. He died in Constantinople before the year after Adrianople was out, and the Venetians buried him there. The doge of a lagoon interred in the capital of an empire his city had helped unmake and remake. It was an emblem as daunting as any banner. By summer's end, the map looked different again. Kaloyan held much of Thrace outside the capital's site. Boniface held Thessalonica and the Thessalian reaches that answered to it. Venice had stitched a chain of ports and islands to her quarter in the city. Nicaea had turned from a refuge into a court with a program. Epirus had coalesced into a principality with teeth. The Latin Empire, chastened, stood behind repaired walls and in a handful of towns on both shores. The vow that had once been sewn on cloaks for Jerusalem had become, without anyone unsaying the words, a project of staying. In the quiet between alarms, men in Constantinople's workshops reshaped bronze into hinges and bells. Women in houses swept ash from thresholds and taught children which alley to avoid. Clerks filed copies of charters that named places their lords might never visit. Henry, now emperor, set his councils on a new footing. He would not waste men in demonstrations. He would not promise what he could not convoy. He would not confuse a procession with possession. He drafted orders for a campaign not to Cairo, but to small towns within reach. He directed envoys not to the Caliph, but to Kaloyan and to Theodore with offers of truce where truce could hold, and threats where threats might be believed. He sent a message to Boniface asking for a meeting on neutral ground, to align aims for the next season, and another to Venice requesting more hulls and fewer debates over who owned which quay. He received replies in which friend and competitor shared a page. Beyond the walls, the plain of Thrace rested in late harvest. The battle's bones lay under new grass. Riders who had taught the lesson at Adrianople had turned north and east for other contracts. The men who would fight the next year's fights could not have been comforted by the knowledge that they would be measured not by a single clash, but by a string of town gates opened or shut. In the city, Hagia Sophia's dome gathered the same light it had before. Under it, a Latin emperor would kneel where a Greek had knelt, and behind him, a court that now knew what it meant to hold a thing it had taken. The winter to come would be for mending walls and renewing oaths. The spring to follow would test again whether an empire born of a contract and a siege could learn the slower arts of rule before the edges folded inward. The year turned with the camp lamps in Thrace burning later than usual and with orders phrased more carefully than men preferred. Henry, no longer regent in practice but not yet crowned, walked the parapets of Constantinople's land walls with captains who had learned too quickly that open country could be a trap and that the sea alone could not feed a realm. Messengers came and went under safe conducts, lists from garrisons in Thrace pleading for bolts and biscuit, reports from Asia that Theodore Lascaris was fortifying Nicaea and tugging at towns along the Propontis. Notes from Venice that convoys were sailing with spars and crews to restock the arsenal. Letters from Thessalonica written in Boniface's hand, friendly, proud and edged, promising help against Bulgarians, while reminding the emperor that Macedonia would look first to its own lines. Henry let the city breathe while he tightened its routines. He divided watches on the land walls into precise spells and posted mixed detachments, Flemish men-at-arms with Greek town militias, to keep language from becoming a seam. He reorganized the provisioning. Granaries sealed and tallied, mills put under guard, barges scheduled with the care Venice applied to its tides. Chaplains moved through quarters not to preach triumph, but to keep families steady. The new Latin patriarch tried to calm parishes where priests had left and to confirm those who stayed without demanding that bitterness kneel. Constant attention made a rhythm where spectacle could not. When word finally came in spring that Baldwin was dead, no ransom, no rescue, just the finality delivered on a folded page. The council did not linger. Henry was acclaimed and, within weeks, crowned in Hagia Sophia, the oil and chant a familiar pattern set to a new name. The act did not move lines on a map. It gave signatures weight. From the ambo, he promised, in a register that sounded both Latin and cautious, to keep faith with those who had taken oaths, to protect churches, to pay soldiers, and to make peace where it could be made without erasing what had been won. Outside, the city's markets measured his reign first by the price of wheat. The fields did not wait. Kaloyan, emboldened by Adrianople, pressed the advantage. Through 1206 he swept Thrace, taking towns that had signaled him in winter and punishing others whose walls had held for the Latins by fear alone. At Philippopolis, a rising against the Latin garrison ended in a reckoning whose details were told with increasingly dark relish by Greek writers. Nobles impaled, walls wrecked, the message not subtle. He sent riders toward the Propontis to test Nicomedia's gates from the east, even as Theodore Lascaris tested them from the south. Henry answered with speed where speed could count. He brought back isolated detachments intact, rather than feed a second disaster with a misjudged relief. He raised burned stretches of palisade and left behind commanders who had learned to count arrows before promising a sortie. A mailed army is not a broom. He treated it as a needle, stitches at points that would otherwise tear. Across the water, Theodore Lascaris turned his refuge into a court. Chancery and coinage followed the seat to Nicaea. Bishops came who would not take the Latin patriarch's chrism. Officers pledged to a banner that called itself Empire without the capital. In the early months of Henry's reign, Theodore lost as much to the Seljuks as he gained from the Latins. Antioch on the Meander burned his fingers in 1211 before he turned and won his credence with a sharp fight at the Meander. But the larger pattern held. A Greek center in Asia that could not be swept aside and that would one day bargain as an equal. Henry saw it earlier than many and adjusted. He fought when he must. He talked when he could. In Thessalonica, Boniface made his prize into a court as well. He wore a crown fit for a king and took oaths from lords who preferred a Lombard's temper to a Flemish ledger, and from Greek elites who found in him a ruler easier to reach than the emperor in the city over the horizon. Venice threaded her own rope through the same waters, tightening her hold on Euboea and the ports of the Morea, buying what could be bought, seizing what would not be sold, and pointing to contracts signed before sails were even bent as proof that parchment had its own kind of garrison. Crete passed into Venetian hands with the stubbornness that islands learn from wind. Harbors that served east-west trade supplied a Latin realm that could not afford to lose the sea even for a season. Kaloyan's momentum carried him south and west toward Thessalonica in 1207. He arrived under its walls with allies whose bows had already taught the Latin horse in Thrace not to love the chase, and with a banner that answered the sack of Constantinople with his own promised undoing. Boniface rode out along the edges of the siege, not with a parade but with the restlessness of a man who had made his name by not letting others take the initiative. Near Messinopolis, in autumn, scrub pocked by gullies that hide riders until a lance length is nothing, he died in an ambush. Chroniclers do not agree on the minute, they agree on the shock. A king whose persistence steadied a region was gone. His body was carried back to Thessalonica, and Margaret of Hungary, his widow, already familiar with loss and with rule, held the city for their infant son, Demetrius, while Lombard barons around her argued titles and prerogatives in a tongue many townspeople did not speak. The siege frayed. Kaloyan's camp fought with the city and with itself, as long encampments do. In October he died, stabbed, Greek sources later said, by a Cuman ally angered by his severity. Dead, Bulgarian accounts confirmed without borrowing the Greek relish. The army outside Thessalonica loosened, then rolled back. Power at Tarnovo passed not to a son but to a nephew, Boril, whose first months were spent arguing with cousins and consolidating a crown that had been made larger than his hands. The pressure on the Latin line eased, not because ideas changed, but because men do not stand forever in fields that hunger and winter share between them. Henry, who had not overreached, now reached out. In 1208, he met Boril under different terms and on ground of his choosing near Philippopolis, and won a clean field. Chroniclers mark this not as a reversal of Adrianople, nothing could be that neat, but as the end of the first terror. The Cumans did not dictate the cadence. The Latin line held. The Bulgarian king withdrew. In the aftermath, Henry's character began to show in decisions that were sharper than generous and more durable than severe. He made peace where it would stick. He repaired without boasting. He brought Greeks into his administration in posts that carried real work as well as pay, not as a show, but as a way to keep books and gates in a language the city and countryside understood. The most persistent threat after Philippopolis did not carry a foreign banner. In Thessalonica, Lombard barons, led by the energetic Humbert of Biandrate, tried to turn the regency for the child Demetrius into a sovereignty that would answer to their own council rather than to the emperor in Constantinople. They had oaths that could be read their way. They had swords. They had the sense that distance was its own law. Henry went himself in 1209. He did not storm. He arrived with enough force to make defiance a calculation and with enough patience to accept submissions that let faces be saved. He received Margaret and the infant with honor, confirmed Demetrius as king under his suzerainty, and arrested or exiled the loudest of the Lombards. He married Agnes of Montferrat, Boniface's daughter, sealing kinship with a city that would have been an enemy if pride alone had written letters. That same year he summoned Greek notables from Thrace and from the capital to a court that promised, in deeds more than in words, that law would be legible again. He confirmed land rights where they could be demonstrated. He reduced certain levies that garrisons had inflated beyond custom. He issued protections for monasteries he knew he could not force into union, choosing the quiet loyalty of fields tilled and storehouses filled over. A triumph imagined in choir stalls. He still made war. He crossed into Asia and beat Theodore's forces near the Rhindacos in 1211, a sharp action that taught both sides how far to go. He pressed down to Nymphaeum and, 3 years later, fixed lines with a treaty that accepted Nicaea's presence and defined frontiers in miles rather than in angrily written titles. The Treaty of Nymphaeum did not make the map safe. It made the ground predictable along a stretch of coast where predictability was wealth. Boril, fighting kin and fending off Cuman allies who were allies by habit rather than by blood, took the measure of his neighbor. War had not broken the Latin hold on the city. Raids had not emptied its markets. Sieges had not pushed Henry into the sort of charge that the field at Adrianople had punished. In 1213, the two made a peace that men remembered because it surprised them. Henry married Maria of Bulgaria, Kaloyan's daughter. The alliance was as brittle and as practical as marriages in such times always are. It quieted the northern frontier for long enough that Henry could move troops without counting 3 directions at once. It gave Boril a prestige that repeated where oaths had worn thin. Greek sources recorded it with the same sigh they used for taxes. Necessary, and perhaps an argument for patience. Throughout these years, Venice did her work. She did not pretend to love the land war, and she did not retrieve her ships from a harbor she meant to keep. She secured Crete with stubborn fights around citadels that watched its bays. She divided Euboea into triarchies that answered to her courts as much as to their own. She moved goods through the Golden Horn under an accounting that kept the empire solvent when nothing else would. Her patriarch in Hagia Sophia remained an irritant to Rome until Innocent, weighing grief and fact, confirmed him and then wrote pages full of cautions about conduct and care for Greek clergy that read like a conscience speaking to an accountant. The city's quarter along the Horn became a state within a state, a knot of warehouses and memories guarded by men who knew the cost of a broken seal. Not everything in Henry's ledger balanced. In 1212 to 1213, the Morea began to look like a Frankish lordship that was not easily answerable to the city. Princes there, Champagners and Burgundians with long pedigrees and short patience, built castles on ridges and refused to be taxed as if they were shopkeepers at the market. Henry could not be everywhere. He sent letters and officers and sometimes ships. He took what obedience he could get, and he waited for moments when the sea and the road could be used together to remind men that titles were written upward, not only across. The army grew used to a new cadence. Expeditions became loops rather than lunges. Out to a town to take oaths, to reopen a market, to rebuild a gate, and back before the countryside could be emptied by allies who were not entirely allied. Captains kept lists, who paid, who delayed, who promised a son as a hostage and sent a nephew instead. Greek officials worked beside Latin ones, writing receipts and phrases that retained old forms because they worked. When the court processed through neighborhoods rebuilt in timber, women came to doors to watch and then turned back to ovens because bread does not rise for a parade. When the emperor took communion at Hagia Sophia, the dome gathered light, as it always had, and the choir answered. And inside chapels, priests of a different obedience kept their own hours rather than the new ones. In 1214, the treaty with Nicaea at Nymphaeum fixed for a time what could be fixed. The line along Asia's shore, Nicomedia and the Propontis, rim under Latin control, the interior more deeply Nicaean, held because both sides had wintered in camps where men had begun to believe that certainty, even reduced, was better than maps painted large in council that no one could keep when trumpets blew. Henry turned, that summer, to the business of keeping Thessalonica joined to Constantinople by roads that thieves did not own, and of convincing Lombard lords that their grandchildren would prefer a season of peace to a title won and lost in a single raid. He called in coins minted with his name and struck them again at a weight that traded, not to deceive, but to insist that a realm had a standard. He heard petitions in a hall where Greek widows asked for remissions and Latin sergeants asked for arrears, and he paid both as best he could. Word of everything the empire had done, ill and good, rippled outward. In Epirus, Michael Komnenos Doukas watched and calculated how much Latin attention could be borrowed by a border incident before our column arrived. In Trebizond, the Komnenoi kept their coastal trade flowing in the lee of Georgian protection and paid attention to the Seljuk court more than to the Latin emperor. In Rome, Innocent wrote again, praising where he could and correcting where he must. A shepherd who knew he did not walk in these fields, but believed he should be seen from their edges. In Venice, a doge's tomb inside Constantinople reminded sailors that even the greatest voyages end ashore. The city itself learned to live with a new language layered on its stones. Craftsmen carved Latin inscriptions alongside Greek ones and did not always translate the tone, which helped. Children grew who had only ever seen a Latin banner at the palace gate. In a quarter where the fire had been fiercest, a small church reopened with walls still smoke-shadowed on the upper courses. Its priest kept a lamp burning before an icon that had been rescued from a wagon, and old women brought oil because that is how you keep a lamp burning, no matter which emperor's name is read in the diptychs. By the end of this span, half a dozen years that had taught more than a dozen sermons, the Latin Empire had found something like its shape. It was smaller than the dreams that had sailed from the lagoon and more stubborn than the prophecies that had predicted its swift fall. It held a capital that was still the largest city any of its soldiers had ever seen. It clung to corridors on both shores. It leaned on Venice for breath and on a handful of careful peace terms for rest. It had an emperor who, having lost a brother to a field he would not refight, governed with a patience the poets rarely sing about and the citizens quietly prefer. Ahead lay years in which patience would be tested by the ordinary erosions of rule, debt, pride, hunger, the lure of an easy raid, and by accidents impossible to plan for. For the moment, the lamps along the land wall were trimmed. Barges moved under the horn's towers with their loads correctly counted. And in the emperor's chamber, maps weighted by knives did not change when the door closed, which was itself a kind of victory. Spring settled into steady warmth, and the habits that Henry had drilled into the city began to feel less like emergency and more like governance. The watch bells along the land walls marked hours that merchants could trust. Barges came and went beneath the golden horn's chain with manifests read twice, once by a Venetian clerk, once by a Greek scribe at his elbow, so that measures matched and tempers cooled. In Hagia Sophia, the Latin patriarch's canons kept the office, while in side chapels and monasteries beyond the walls, Greek priests sustained their older rites. The coexistence was uneasy, yet it persisted because fields could not be sowed on polemics. From the ambo, the new emperor's name was read in the diptychs. He had assumed the crown not with trumpets alone, but with the sober cadence of a man who had already known what it meant to count bolts and biscuits before making a promise. Henry's first full campaigning season as emperor did not chase horizons. It stitched. South and east of the capital, he walked the line fixed with Theodore Lascaris the previous year, testing whether a treaty could hold when carts rutted spring roads and local captains judged obedience by the day's price of barley. At Nicomedia, he replaced a garrison commander whose men had treated markets as storehouses. In towns along the Gulf of Astacus, he confirmed privileges and posted mixed detachments, pairing Latin sergeants with Greek constables so that orders were heard in two tongues. He wrote back to the city for more coin of a weight that would trade. His mint cut fresh trachea that felt familiar to fingers that had never seen Flanders, and bills were paid on time often enough to make the exceptions notable. The difference between occupation and rule is often just a ledger kept in a language people understand. Across the water, Nicaea grew more deliberate. Theodore Lascaris strengthened lines running inland from the Propontis, garrisons at Nymphaeum and Prusa, bridges repaired so that his officers could move without asking leave of petty lords. He sent priests into parishes that had hesitated, reminding them that the Latin patriarch's chrism did not bind Asia. Henry answered not with erasure, but with repetition. He kept Nicomedia and the Propontis shore as the treaty had framed them, and he refused provocations that would turn patrols into pretexts for breaking a line that had finally become predictable. He was not seeking a story. He needed a breathing space. Southwest of the city, where the islands of the Saronic Gulf open routes into the Aegean, Venice made parchment thick. She finished binding Crete to her system, citadels on bays, dues posted and collected, local families coaxed or coerced into a new arithmetic, and divided Euboea among triarchs who answered to her courts as much as to themselves. In the Peloponnese, Frankish lords, Villehardouins, kin among them, founded a principality that would later be named with ease the Morea, though in these years it was only a chain of castles and oaths stretching from Monemvasia to the plains around Andravida. They were not Henry's enemies, but they were not his men in the way the capital required. He sent officers with parchment and coin and received gestures that filled a page without sealing the question. A realm born by siege has to learn where influence suffices and where sovereignty must be paid for stone by stone. North, in Thrace, the damage Caloyan had done did not disappear with his death. His successor, Boril, had more cousins than he had clean borders. He fought to keep his crown and to keep the Cumans close enough to be useful and far enough to be governable. Yet he understood the weight of Adrianople just as Henry did. When the two faced each other near Philippopolis in 1208, and the Latin line held and moved as one, not chasing feints, not falling for soft ground, the memory of the great defeat began to release its hold. That field did not recover the plains at a stroke, but it showed villages and towns that the Latin army could do more than survive. In the months after, submission came less grudgingly in a dozen places where farmers wanted to thresh grain without asking which banner would be at the gate in the morning. In Thessalonica, autumn had taken Boniface of Montferrat on a road laced with scrub and gullies. A Cuman ambush opened a wound broader than a death. Margaret of Hungary, twice widowed now, held the infant Demetrius and a city that counted the seasons by sieges as much as by harvests. Lombard barons around her, Humbert of Biandrate foremost among them, argued that regency meant rule by their council. Greek elites sought guarantees from whichever Frank seemed likeliest to last the winter. Henry came himself in 1209 with a force large enough to stiffen courtesy. He did not break the city to make the point. He entered in order, received submissions at the palace, confirmed Demetrius as king beneath his suzerainty, and cut the loudest knots cleanly: arrests, banishments, and the quiet reward of those who had held the middle. He bound the settlement with kinship, marrying Agnes of Montferrat, Boniface's daughter, and left behind administrators capable of reading Thessalian ledgers without treating them as plunder lists. Where a realm is fragile, a marriage can hold more weight than a battalion. That marriage did not last long. Agnes died within a few years, and Henry took another tie as well, Maria, daughter of Kaloyan, turning an enemy's lineage into a frontier truce. Greek chroniclers recorded such unions with reserve, Latin chroniclers with relief. In practice, they meant that patrols spurred more slowly and that envoys carried letters instead of threats along certain roads. Henry's instinct for buying time with recognitions, rather than with desperate charges, kept paying. In the capital, the rhythms of normal life nested inside the larger unsettledness. The hippodrome did not revive its races. The bronze horses were gone, and the city needed grain more than spectacle. But guilds reopened halls, boiler makers beating out new kettles, goldsmiths learning Latin weights without surrendering their finesse, scribes copying charters under rules that insisted on witnesses from both communities. The Latin patriarch, still a Venetian, wrote to Rome with a tone that blended pride and complaint. Greek clergy who accepted his oversight wanted protection from soldiers who felt entitled. Those who would not accept it kept their influence anyway. Innocent III, whose pen had framed the Crusade's summons years before, replied with admonitions that held no illusions. He forbade violence against Greek clergy. He urged unity by persuasion. He praised Henry for restraint when restraint held, and he warned when news suggested rough hands. In July 1216, Innocent himself died. His successor, Honorius III, would take up the same threads with fewer illusions about how quickly letters could change habit. On the Asian side, Theodore Lascaris tested strength and lost and learned. In 1211, fighting the Seljuk Sultan near the Meander, he bled badly, and then recovered with a victory that bought him standing among his own and a pause from Konya. 2 years later, he fought Henry near the Rindikos and took the worse of it, proof that the treaty line meant something on both sides. In 1214 at Nymphaeum, the men who had been teaching each other how far to go set it in words again. Boundaries drawn in a hall, held because neither party could afford to redraw them in a field. The empire, still strapped to Venice's quarter like a skiff to a hull, learned to breathe on its own where it could. Henry insisted on weights and measures. He punished soldiers who treated markets as prize. He called Greek notables to councils where petitions were heard and, more important, sometimes granted. A monastery that kept the granary open in a hungry month found its exemption confirmed. A village that proved overtaxation with neat lists saw a remission penned and sealed. These are gestures easy to overlook in the glare of sieges. They are what cities remember when banners change again. And then the line that held the whole together broke where no one could repair it. In the summer of 1216, Henry died suddenly while traveling in Macedonia. At Thessalonica, say some. On the road near there, say others. Rumor, as tireless as any scout, put poison in the cup. Other voices called it fever. No court with enemies on three sides and inside one's own walls can keep rumor from its work. What mattered to officials counting grain in the Horn, to garrisons in Thrace, to the mint in the palace quarter, was that the hand on the seal had stilled. No adult Latin prince stood in the city to catch the ring as it fell. The barons and Venetian leaders reached for legitimacy in the same way they had after the sack, by election, structured to balance water and land. Their choice fell on Peter of Courtenay, Count of Auxerre and Nevers, brother-in-law to Baldwin and Henry through his wife, Yolande of Flanders. He was not in the capital. He was in the west, where a pope, Honorius now, could place oil on his head and a crown upon it, and give the investiture the sanction Rome alone could still lend without ships. In the spring of 1217 in Rome, Peter accepted consecration and a brief. Go, arrive, hold. Venice had neither appetite nor spare tonnage for an overland show of piety. She wanted a ruler in the city and dues in the ledger. Peter chose a land route. He would sail to the Adriatic, cross to the coast of Epirus, and move over ground held by a Greek prince who styled himself despot, a man building his own state in the western mountains. Theodore Komnenos Ducas, successor to Michael of Epirus, sharper than his titles and more ambitious than his landscapes. Negotiations were gestures. Paths were narrow. And the new emperor, crowned in the west, never reached the Queen of Cities. In the passes near Dyrrhachium, or farther inland, sources differ but agree on the shape. Theodore's men closed their hands. Peter was captured. He vanished into captivity and, within a few years, into death. The Latin Empire acquired a sovereign who had never seen his own capital in a story that would be retold wherever the dangers of trusting a road were discussed. Yolande did not wait for certainty that would not come. She embarked by sea, reached Constantinople, and took the reins as regent in 1217. Her title owed as much to necessity as to law. Her competence owed everything to the practical schooling of Flanders and to watching two brothers learn how much an emperor's will depended on boats and loaves. She did what the city needed most. She kept it fed, she kept it calm, and she sought to reduce the number of enemies who could afford to be active at once. With Nicaea, she made peace real by marriage. Her daughter, Marie de Courtenay, was pledged to Theodore Lascaris and married to him in 1219 after the death of his earlier wife, transforming a truce line into kinship. With Bulgaria, where Boril still struggled, she confirmed the thaw her brother had begun. With Venice, she behaved like a partner that knows the partnership is unequal. She conceded where she had to, and bargained where the Republic's need for harbors gave her leverage. Inside the city, Yolanda's regency steadied households in ways that rarely enter chronicles. She fixed grain distributions at prices that did not invite riot. She pressed the Latin patriarch to restrain zeal that emptied churches faster than it won arguments. She restored walls where winter had traced cracks, sent small reliefs into Thrace by water rather than challenge the open plains, and reminded commanders in the Morea that her seal was not a decoration. She received embassies in a hall where Greek and Latin sat on benches that creaked for both, and where interpreters were prized more than heralds. Beyond the walls, the chessboard did not freeze. Theodore of Epirus, who had taken Peter, pressed east in the years that followed, angling toward Thessalonica as much out of habit as strategy. The city was both jewel and hinge. In Asia, Theodore Lascaris, now bound to the Latin house by marriage, continued to turn Nicaea into a state that could plan seasons ahead. In Bulgaria, Boril's grip slackened. By 1218, a tougher cousin, John Aeson II, would return from exile and begin to gather strength that would matter in the next decade. Venice moved her convoys on time because a missed sailing means more to a merchant republic than a missed oath. In 1217, while Constantinople adjusted to a sovereign absent and a regent present, the wider Christian world shifted its attention south. The Fifth Crusade, preached in cathedral aisles from Hungary to the Rhineland, began to move men and ships toward the eastern Mediterranean again. Fleets from the north coasted past Euboea and Crete, stopping in Latin-held ports to buy biscuit and fill water casks. Overland contingents passed within sight of Epirus's griffins and castles and learned, some of them directly, why a road through the Balkans could swallow an expedition's hope. Constantinople, for all its prestige, sat a little aside from this new current. Its rulers dealt in corridors and boundaries, not in grand sails. Yet the traffic mattered. It forced the Latin Empire to behave like a node, not just a relic. Pilots hired out of the Horn. Markets took coin that bore kings they would never see. And rumors about the Nile moved through taverns where Thracian news had recently been the only kind. Yolanda's regency did not last long. In 1219, after concluding the marriage that tied Nicaea to her house and strengthening the city's stores for another winter, she died. The Latin Empire again faced the question of a head. Her eldest sons, by Peter, Philip, and Robert, were in the west. Messengers went and came. For a season, the barons balanced on routine. Patrols set, dues collected, treaties honored, because breaking them would multiply enemies. The Venetians held their quarter with the same attention they gave to a well-rigged yard. The rope must be sound even if the wind shifts. Greek officials, whose names never enter lists, kept dockets up to date so that the next officer to arrive would not begin by guessing. It is not the world of banners that keeps a city upright when rulers die. It is the world of lists, locks, and men who go to their posts because the bell tells them to. All the while, in Epirus, Theodore Komnenos Ducas looked east with a hunter's patience, testing where Latin garrisons thinned and where Thessaly's towns might prefer a Greek sovereign to a distant Frank. In Nicaea, Theodore Lascaris' court, now linked by marriage to the Latin house, found room to breathe, expand inland, and imagine futures in which a return to the Bosporus would not require ladders. On the northern plain, John Asen II's arrival would soon turn Bulgaria from a nuisance back into a factor. The Latin Empire, ringed by players of that scale, had little room for mistakes. Yet inside the walls, life persisted in details that never make decrees. A ship carpenter's son learned to plane a plank to a smoothness that would do credit in any arsenal. A widow at the edge of the WWII quarter brought oil to a small lamp because her mother had done so, and because request and answer felt steadier in that flame than in the letters men wrote about borders. A constable, born on the Scheldt and now near the Zerolophos, learned the names of his gatewatch in Greek and found that men stood better when called by the names their fathers had used. A monk in the Mangana quarter copied homilies in a hand his abbot would recognize from before the sack, and he added a marginal note that a marriage had calmed a frontier, not because he admired the match, but because it affected how many loaves the kitchen would need next week. The empire stood, smaller than dreams and larger than its enemies wished. It had survived a shattering field and the death of 2 emperors. It had learned to live with a republic that owned its harbor's breath and with successor states that would not forget their names. Ahead lay a return of the Western sons, a court reassembled under a new courtenay, treaties that would be tested, and a pressure from the West that wore a Greek crown and looked at Thessalonica as both right and reward. For the moment, the lamps along the Horn burned steadily. The bells along the land wall mocked another watch. And the city, which had been taken by storm and then taught itself again how to count, waited for the next hand to take the seal. The spring after Yolanda's steadying hand fell from the reins, the city found itself governed by a council that understood routine was the only bridge between rulers. The watch bells still tolled along the land walls. Bread still reached the markets under the eye of mixed patrols, Flemish sergeants paired with Greek constables who could settle quarrels without turning every price dispute into a matter of pride. Messengers moved down the corridors of the palace with two kinds of news: letters from the west that promised a crowned replacement for a throne gone empty, and reports from the roads that said Epirus was watching the passes and Nicaea was watching the straits. The choice they had made in the west ripened slowly into a person. Peter of Courtenay would never arrive. Word hardened from rumor into certainty. Seized in the mountain corridors by Theodore Komnenos, Ducas of Epirus, and kept from the sea until his name ceased to matter as a presence. The council in Constantinople looked to the next in the line the barons and Venetians could agree upon. Robert, Peter's son, would come. In the meantime, the city kept to Yolanda's plan. Keep the walls sound, keep the harbor honest, keep the treaties predictable even when they were thin. He arrived in 1221, young, with the air of a count who had been brought to an empire and asked to learn its grammar while speaking. Hagia Sophia did what it has always done for rulers who step into a place larger than themselves. It turned oil, chant, and gold light into legitimacy. Robert of Courtenay took the diadem with the measured cadence of a man who knew a chapter had to be read before it could be written. There were no illusions in his council. The Latin Empire was no longer a banner pushing outward. It was a set of corridors and obligations that had to be kept open against neighbors who were now also states. Across the straits, Theodore Lascaris' years of turning refuge into rule had reached their turn. He died in 1221/1222, and John III, Ducas Vatatzes, chosen over older claimants and kin, took Nicaea's throne. He was not the kind of king who announces himself loudly. He inspected roads, listened to officers who spoke of bridges and harvests, and then took the field when the arithmetic lined up. The line at Nymphaeum, penned with Henry a few years earlier, had taught both sides the habit of staying within reason. With Henry gone and a new emperor in the city still learning its channels, reason could be tested. Along the Propontis shore, the Latin garrisons held the hard points. Nicomedia, Pegae, small towns whose value was measured in ferries and storehouses, while Nicaea tested the seams between them. To the west, in the mountains and plains that run down toward the Thermaic Gulf, Theodore Komnenos Ducas of Epirus did not test. He pressed. He had taken Peter, he had stretched his lines across Thessaly, and he had fixed his attention on Thessalonica as both a jewel and a hinge. The city, held for the child Demetrius under the guardianship of his mother, Margaret of Hungary, and the wary eyes of Lombard lords, was a Latin capital in all but name. Its trade fed the plains around it and gave the Latin Empire a second center it could not afford to lose. Robert knew it, Venice knew it, Epirus knew it best of all. Between those two Greek houses, Nicaea in Asia, Epirus in the west, stood a third power that had returned to energy. In 1218, John Asen II had taken Bulgaria's throne. He put away the quarrels that had consumed his predecessor and applied a ruler's patience to the Maritsa and the Balkan passes. He wrote to Rome. He bargained with Venice when it served him, and he waited for moments when alliance would cost him least and gain him most. In Thrace, towns remembered the swift dark of Kaloyan's campaigns and learned that John Asen II could achieve with treaty what his uncle had sometimes tried with fire. Robert's early years were a lesson in how a crown set on a head does not chill the road outside the gate. He kept Henry's settlements where he could, confirming land rights for Greeks who could bring receipts, holding the line in Asia at the points the treaty had named, reminding the Morea's lords that their castles stood on Latin parchment, not only on hills. He relied more openly on Venice than his predecessors had had to. The quarter along the Golden Horn functioned as treasury and lifeline both. Galleys moved on a calendar that kept its own counsel, and for every dispute over a key or a duty, there were 3 occasions when money and rope saved a campaign that would otherwise have failed before it began. The first sharp test in Asia did not wait for his court to settle. In the early 1220s, John Vatatzes felt his army ready enough to try the Latin string of coastal garrisons along the Propontis. The engagement that followed, remembered as Poimanenon, unfolded as a pattern rather than a single afternoon. Nicaean troops pressing westward, probing posts that a smaller Latin army could not afford to replace once lost. A field fought and refought in the country between Pegae and Nicomedia. Latin commanders who had learned caution now finding that caution alone could not rejoin what was cut. When it was over, the Propontis' Asian shore beyond a handful of hard points was no longer a Latin marching ground. Nicaea, secure behind the straits, had won more than acres. It had won a standing that let it speak across the sea to Greek elites still living under Latin lords and say with proof that a return was not a fantasy. In Thessalonica, the slow tightening turned to crisis. Theodore of Epirus did not throw himself against walls and wait. He turned loyalty into leverage. He courted Greek families within the city. He promised forms and rights as they remembered them. He kept pressure on the routes that brought fish and fruit to markets so that price itself preached his case. In 1224, the gate opened not to a ladder, but to decision from within. Thessalonica fell. Theodore took a crown there and did not call it a provincial title. He called it empire, setting himself in words and investments as the peer and heir of Constantinople. To a Latin court already learning to live by corridor and treaty, the loss was not only territorial. It stripped away the hope of a western ballast and taught every garrison commander between the capital and the mountains what a closed gate meant. Robert answered where he could. He tried to strengthen the Thracian towns that still owed him obedience. He wrote to John Asen II with terms that had been tested under Henry and might be made to hold again. He watched Nicaea's shorelines for signs of an attempted crossing, and he kept the sea lines to the Morea and to the islands under the promise that Venice's dues would be paid without quarrel. The empire became what it often had been in practice, a city with reach enough to carry stores to its rim, not a body large enough to shrug a neighbor's claim away. Inside Constantinople, his court struggled to keep authority from thinning into favor. The barons who had followed Baldwin and Henry now served a prince who sometimes read his situation poorly. He made a marriage that pleased his heart and offended his house, a match beneath his station that angered a Burgundian claimant who had expected to become queen. The scandal ran along the palace corridors in whispers and courtly songs, then flared into violence when the slighted family seized the new empress's kin and made an example that no good counselor would have allowed. The emperor fled for a season, seeking redress beyond his own walls. He returned with his honor less intact than the parchment that recorded it. In cities balanced on contracts, a ruler's misjudgment has weight. Disaffection in courtyards can end up as poor discipline at towers. Venice kept her work steady even where the emperor's hand shook. The arsenal within the city counted spars and sails, and her officials posted men to harbors that had to be open whether or not the palace door was. Crete's citadels were settled into a rhythm of dues and patrols. Euboea's triarchs quarrelled among themselves and with the mainland lords as they always had, but the rope back to St. Mark stayed tight. A republic's habit of turning conflict into clauses spared the Latin Empire expenditures it could not afford. It also meant that in crisis, Venice would consider the ledger before the banner. John Ussen II's rise changed the air in Thrace without a trumpet. He did not need to burn, as Kaloyan had burned, to make cities remember him. He offered truces, renewed markets, and protection to villages that had closed themselves against both Latin foragers and Greek recruiters. He married well, he measured well, and he held himself from wasting his horsemen against walls that would not fall. Men in the Latin chancery watched his letters and wrote replies that promised predictability if he would keep it. When border bands clashed, they did so under captains who had been told to count losses before they counted honor. Across the straits, Nicaea's victory settled into administration. John Vatatzes took towns with writ as well as with spear and left behind officers who knew that collecting grain for a garrison can make a population angrier than losing a skirmish. He courted bishops who had stayed loyal to the old church and let monasteries keep their winter stores when a harsh season made that kindness the most persuasive argument for allegiance. He understood the capital's psychology. He did not need to assault the walls to change the conversation in quarters where Greek was still the language of home. It was enough to let success speak and to keep ships out of waters where Venetian convoys could protect Latin ferries with a glance. The Morea, always its own story, thickened into one. Frankish lords fastened titles to ridgelines with stone and found Greek peasants were more willing to pay taxes when the roads stayed safe and the marshes kept their drainage ditches. Latin churches rose beside older chapels. Markets spelled weights in both scripts. Oaths were given to men whose names the peninsula learned to pronounce. Yet their loyalty ran through convenience rather than through the city on the Bosporus. When Constantinople sent writs, they were received. But when Thessalonica fell, the peninsula understood that the hinterland's bridge to the capital had lost a brick. Robert could send a commander. He could not be present, and in the Peloponnese presence was the coin that mattered most. The court in Constantinople adjusted in the only ways it could, by making its last sureties surer. The mint kept weights that traded. The customs houses in the Venetian quarter counted and remitted without delay. The Latin patriarch was pressed to reduce the temperature of disputes that could close churches for weeks over a phrase when a day's donation and a quiet apology would serve better. In neighborhoods rebuilt after the Saxe fires, guilds taught boys their trades and brought them to the basilicas they preferred with little regard, for whose name was read first beneath the dome. Men who had fought at ladders a generation earlier now argued over contracts for lime and timber to repair cistern vaults. An empire survives as much in such arguments as in treaties. Robert's last years ran thin. The marriage scandal, the loss of Thessalonica, the steady pressure in Asia, the uneasy balance with Bulgaria, and the need to keep Venice's favor, all of it made a crown feel like a net. He sailed west to seek arbitration and allies beyond what his city could give. He died in 1228, far from the palace whose corridors he had walked with increasing caution. The news reached Constantinople with the same weight-worn grooves in its couriers' paths had always given to such messages. Another emperor gone, another vacancy the city did not have time to mourn. The seal passed, first in practice and then in ritual, to a boy, Baldwin, Robert's younger brother, still in the west when word arrived. Envoys crossed seas and mountain roads to bring him east and to find someone who could hold his place until he came. The barons looked for a figure who could be obeyed without tearing the fabric they were trying to preserve. The name that would answer that need. An old Crusader king with no claims to the city but all the skills needed to keep it, belonged to a man not yet summoned. For a span of months that felt longer than it was, officials did the work that keeps a capital from forgetting itself. Watches set, stores tallied, treaties honored, where they gave relief and evaded only where they would have multiplied enemies. Beyond the walls, the ring of powers tightened and shifted. Nicaea planned further inland and kept its shore secure. Epirus, crowned in Thessalonica, looked east with a claimant's appetite and west with a nobleman's grudges. Bulgaria measured gains in measures of grain as much as in miles. Venice sailed on time, and the Latin Empire, less a sweep of color on a map now than a set of places that could be reached by water and held by habit, waited for a steward strong enough to bridge a minority and stubborn enough to say no to a victory that would cost the next year's harvest. In the city, the lamps along the Golden Horn kept their schedules. The bells along the land walls marked the watches for men who had learned to listen in 2 languages. A goldsmith weighed a coin and found it true enough to take with a small scowl rather than a curse. A priest in a side chapel set fresh oil before an icon that had survived more rulers than he had. When the letters came naming a guardian king, soon to step through the palace doors to hold the place for a child, the clerks made space in ledgers for a new signature and did not change the orders that sent barley upriver. The task ahead had a name now. The city, which had learned to live by keeping corridors open, prepared to receive a man whose craft was to make corridors where none seemed left. The vacancy did not break the city. Routine bridged it. The watch bells along the land walls kept their hours. Barges still pushed beneath the Golden Horn's chain with manifests read twice, once by a Venetian clerk and again by a Greek scribe who knew which measures quieted tempers. The council that Yolanda had left in place balanced ledgers, mended cistern vaults where winter had shown cracks, and waited for the West to send the name that would steady signatures. Peter of Courtenay would not come, seized in the mountain passes of Epirus and then lost to rumor that hardened into absence. The barons and the Venetians turned to a different solution. Not a prince to be taught, but an older king who had already learned what it meant to hold a city with more faith than coin. John of Brienne, once king of Jerusalem by marriage and long a professional guardian of precarious realms, accepted the invitation. The terms were careful. He would rule for life as co-emperor. Baldwin, the boy whose name stood next on the seal, would be heir and partner rather than rival. The house would be bound by kinship as well as by oath. When John arrived, old in years, quick in memory, Hagia Sophia did its work. Oil enchant, gold light pooled in the dome, and a diadem set with the measured dignity of men who understood that ritual is a scaffold for difficult times. The city's registers added a new signature. Its streets learned a familiar discipline. Gates watched, markets fed, soldiers paid when coin could be found and promised precisely when it could not. Across the straits, Nicaea had already turned from refuge to state. Theodore Lascaris died in 1221/1222. John III Ducas Vatatzes, chosen over older claims, took the throne with a program that looked more like governance than adventure. Roads, bridges, garrisons that bought grain as often as they took it. Bishops reassured that right and law would hold. To the west, in the rugged lands that showed olive groves to the Aegean and passes to the Adriatic, Theodore Komnenos Ducas of Epirus pressed steadily toward Thessalonica, the hinge between mountains and sea. And in the north, a new figure took shape. John Asen II on Bulgaria's throne from 1218, patient where his uncle Kaloyan had been fierce, measuring power in markets as well as miles. John of Brienne began as he meant to go on, by tightening the habits that keep a capital from unraveling, and by choosing his fields. He walked the walls, old hands on new battlements, and listened more than he spoke. He restored the habit of regular pay where he could, rebuked and removed captains who treated markets like magazines, and paired Latin sergeants with Greek constables at gates so that orders were heard in both tongues. He leaned on Venice without apology. The Republic kept convoys moving, manned the arsenal, and argued dues in the great loggia with a focus that spared the empire arguments it could not afford on the quays. In Asia, the line Henry had written with Nicaea, Nicomedia and the Propontis rim for the Latins, the interior for the Lascarids, held when discipline held. Where it frayed, John of Brienne stitched rather than lunged, sending strong detachments to replace tired ones, punishing theft from the countryside not as sin alone, but as waste that bred revolt. In the Morea, where Frankish lords had set castles like beads along ridgelines, he sent parchment more often than he sent men, reminding them that their titles ran through the city and that Venice's quarter would count their contracts as carefully as it counted their bales. Events west of the capital rearranged the board in a single spring. In 1230, on the plain near Klokotnitsa, John Aeson II broke the army of Epirus, captured Theodore Komnenos Doukas, and with one long afternoon made the Bulgarian crown the arbiter of the Balkans. Thessalonica, which had fallen to Epirus 6 years before and crowned a rival emperor, looked over its shoulder. Towns in Thrace remembered Kaloyan's dark visits and discovered that John Aeson II could achieve with letters what his uncle had sometimes tried with fire. The Latin chancery in Constantinople took the measurement swiftly. The enemy who could close a gate by treaty was more dangerous than the one who brandished ladders. John of Brienne's answer was the same as always: find the hinge and lean on it just enough. He kept the Thracian town supplied by water when roads went uncertain. He sent envoys to Tarnovo that spoke of markets and safe conducts rather than of crowns and grievances. He encouraged, quietly, the old habit of rivalry between great neighbors by insisting in every parley that the empire would not be drawn into choosing one Greek claimant over another. And he made kinship do what cavalry could not. Baldwin, the boy who would inherit, was pledged, and in time married, to Marie of Brienne, the old king's daughter, to bind household to household and smooth a transition that had broken other polities in the past. Nicaea and Bulgaria found each other briefly as allies. In 1235, John Vatatzes and John Aeson II concluded a pact sealed by marriage, the Bulgarian king's daughter Helena betrothed to the Nicaean heir, and turned their attention to the one prize that would end arguments: Constantinople itself. That summer, the armies came down the Thracian roads and the Asian shore, and the city, which had learned the sound of siege from Avar drums to Cuman whistles, learned a new chorus: Greek and Bulgarian together. John of Brienne did not flinch. He arranged his defense with a craftsman's eye. Venetian galleys drawn up tight in the Horn, towers along the harbor manned by crews drilled to drop grapnels and cut fire ships adrift. Land walls layered with mixed companies, Flemish men-at-arms, Provençal crossbowmen, Greek town levies under constables who knew the alleys behind their posts. The Allies tried the city where it had always seemed weakest, from the water. Nicaea could not match Venice in hulls or in habit, but with Bulgarian pressure on the landward sides, they hoped to turn vigilance into exhaustion. The summer lengthened. Assaults came in pulses. Floating towers hurried against the seawall and beaten back. Rams thudding at posterns near the Blackeney and repelled by sorties that John himself, too old to run but not to decide, set in motion with a gesture and a word. The Republic's seamanship made the difference afloat. Cutters towing fire ships out of the current, oars muffled for night patrols, anchors slipped and reset under arrows that pattered uselessly into water. On land, the defenders kept strict watches, punished theft, and rotated companies so that bravado did not turn to folly. When the siege lifted with autumn, us in drawing off for reasons that Greek and Latin chroniclers assigned to pride, piety, or calculation, the city had learned something simple and costly. It could still teach an army that arrival is not possession. The Allies returned the next year, 1236, and found the walls again. They discovered, again, that routine beats ardor when stone is high, and the harbors are guarded by men who count rope as carefully as coin. The season ended with more smoke than change. John Ussen II drew back. His treaty lines turned inward. His interests shifted toward the Danube and inland cities that could be made to answer with less expense than a wall-crowned promontory facing the sea. Vatatzes kept the alliance on parchment and turned his attention to the patient work of adding towns in Asia that would make a siege, one day, unnecessary. Within the Latin Empire, John of Brienne used the breathing space he had won with the only currency that lasted: modesty and law. He confirmed Greek landholders who could show title and prove good conduct. He took service from men whose fathers had fought him at the wall. He kept soldiers' hands off market stalls by counting pay carefully, and when pay could not be found, by counting patrols more carefully still. Venice, who had fought for the city as if it were her own quarter, and in part it was, received privileges reaffirmed and dues paid on time enough to make the one late convoy a scandal. Baldwin, now a youth rather than a child, learned from a guardian who understood that the quickest way to lose a realm is to win a fight you do not need. The Morea drew a shape of its own in these same years. Frankish lords, Villehardouin's kin and neighbors among them, tightened their hold on plains and passes, learned the names of villages in the tongue those villages spoke, and made a bargain that works wherever the soil is thin. Roads kept safe in exchange for dues paid predictably. They swore to the emperor in Constantinople and dealt with Venice by necessity, knowing that a quarrel with either could close a harbor in winter or a mountain path in spring. Their loyalties, like their castles, stood on stone but looked both ways. In 1237, the old king's long life ended. He had carried the city through the tightest ring it had known since the chain first barred the Horn. He left behind a capital with its watches disciplined, its harbor kept, and its heir bound to his house by marriage and by example. Baldwin II, no longer a boy, took the style that had been promised since his childhood. The chancery entered his name in the diptychs. The patriarch intoned it. The Venetian quarter wrote it on contracts, and the garrison commanders whose pay he signed tested quietly whether the steadiness they had learned would hold under a younger hand. Around the city, the ring of powers adjusted to a throne now occupied by a man at the beginning of his calculations. In Tarnovo, John Ussen II read the same letters and weighed whether to lean or to wait. In Nicaea, John Vatatzes continued the orderly pressure that rarely made news and often made results. In the Morea, barons counted harvests and horse fodder and measured which demands from the capital could be met without breaking their own arrangements. Venice, which had buried a doge in the city and fought 2 summers for its walls, kept to her own metronome. Convoys on time, arsenals stocked, arguments turned into clauses. Within Constantinople, the habits John had set continued because men liked sleeping without alarms and because officials enjoyed signing papers that would stand a second reading. A goldsmith weighed a coin minted with a new name and nodded grudgingly at its weight. A priest in a side chapel refilled a lamp with oil given by a widow who tracked peace by the price of barley and by the absence of a trumpet in the night. The empire remained smaller than the word, and larger than its enemies wished. It held a harbor that mattered, corridors that could still be kept open by water when roads went doubtful, and a court that knew routine could outlast a siege. Ahead lay a different kind of trial. Not a summer of ladders or a winter of fire ships, but years that would demand money the city did not easily produce, and friendships that had to be bought in installments. Baldwin, young, earnest, and pressed from 3 directions, would learn the cost of asking the West for help and the price of pawning sanctity to buy time. For the moment, the lamps along the Golden Horn burned on their schedules. The bells along the land walls counted a watch that veterans and apprentices alike could keep. And in the great church, the choir sang the same antiphons it had sung for emperors who had come and gone. The city had passed another contraction with craft and luck. Its next breaths would be shorter and more expensive. Baldwin's name was new on the diptychs, but the city moved by habits older than any emperor. Watch bells marked the hours on the land walls. Barges rose and fell against the pilings in the Golden Horn, while manifests were checked twice, once by a Venetian clerk with a tally stick, once by a Greek scribe who knew which measures calmed a quarrel before it started. John of Brienne's orderliness outlived him. Gate rotas held, granaries stayed sealed until the steward came with the right key, and the garrison pay lists were copied cleanly enough that a sergeant could point to his line without an argument turning into a brawl. The new emperor was young, earnest, and pressed from 3 sides. He had learned under an old guardian that ceremony could not replace coin, and coin could not be conjured from air. The Latin Empire's strength lay in corridors more than in acres. The sea road to the Morea, the harbor chains that bound the city to Euboea and Thrace, the few fortified towns on the Propontis whose stores fed the walls when the countryside would not. It was enough to keep a capital upright. It was not enough to answer every trumpet beyond the horizon. Across the straits, Nicaea did not trumpet. John III Ducas. Vatatzes governed like a farmer who also kept a ledger. Roads and bridges, garrisons that paid for grain instead of taking it. Bishops reassured that right and law would hold in their parishes. His victories in Asia had been tidy and cumulative. He did not need ladders against Constantinople to alter its sleep. He needed only to make the Greek towns under Latin lords believe that a return was a matter of time. To the west, the banner that most disturbed maps had changed hands. In 1230, on the flats near Klokotnitsa, John Asen II of Bulgaria broke Epirus and took Theodore Komnenos Ducas in chains. Thessalonica, crowned as a rival empire 6 years earlier, now looked over its shoulder. Thracian towns remembered Kaloyan's dark visits and discovered that John Asen II could achieve with letters what his uncle had sometimes tried with fire. He prized markets and marriages as much as marches. The chancery in Constantinople learned to read his tone as closely as it read the winds. Baldwin's first answer to the weight was simple and ruthless in its arithmetic. If money would not come to the city, he would go to money. In 1238 he sailed west and began a tour that mixed pilgrimage with entreaty. He visited courts where men remembered the cross sewn at Ecri and the first sight of the holy city from a hill long ago. He carried documents stamped with seals and with needs. He did what rulers have always done when their walls cannot mint silver. He pawned what a century of crusades had placed in Constantinople's reliquaries. Venetian bankers and other Italian merchants advanced coin on collateral fit for a basilica, a thorny circle of filigreed gold that housed what the faithful named without irony the crown of thorns, pledged first for a loan, then sold on to a king whose piety and treasure could make its story a building. Louis of France received it. Paris would raise Sainte-Chapelle to cradle the relic in jewel-colored light. Other pieces, fragments of wood and iron, called wholly beyond argument, moved on similar terms, some redeemed, some not. In Constantinople, clerics recorded the transfers in ledgers as dry as they were painful, because walls do not eat stories, they eat wheat, pay, and rope. During his absence, rule needed a steady hand. Narjot of Toucy, an old crusader with a talent for keeping a garrison from wasting itself in bravado, took the regency and behaved as if the best victories were lists kept and fires avoided. The Venetians, who had as much to lose as anyone if a gate went unmanned or a convoy missed its tide, kept the arsenal stocked and the customs house regular. When Baldwin returned, he found a city not improved but unbroken. The ring around the capital tightened again in concert before it loosened. In 1235, Vatatzes and John Asen II sealed an alliance by marriage and marched together toward the walls, one across Asia's shore, one down the Thracian roads. The summer's sieges were conducted by men who knew the place's old tricks and its newer routines. Fire ships slid toward the chain and were towed aside by cutters drilled to move without shouting. Rams thudded at posterns near the Blackernay and were met by sorties that John of Brienne had once timed himself and that Baldwin's captains now timed as if he still stood beside them. The Allies returned in 1236 and found the same: vigilance on the sea, discipline on the land, enough coin to keep watches from slipping. Then the concert dissolved. John Asen II turned inward and eastward. The Nicene alliance softened into parchment. The city had a winter to breathe. The breathing paid for only time. Baldwin's realm remained a capital with corridors, not a field with depth. Thessalonica, taken by Epirus in 1224, did not come back. It became instead a lesson repeated in letters sent to every Latin castellan in Macedonia and Thrace. A strong city can be lost by a quiet gate and not recovered by a loud army. The Morea, Frankish land stitched along ridges and plains by Villehardouin's kin, held steady because roads stayed safe and dues were predictable, but their loyalty ran through convenience more than through the Bosporus. Euboea's triarchs answered to Venice as much as to any emperor. The empire that had begun as a fleet and a contract still depended on fleets and contracts. In the 1240s, the balance shifted not only by neighbors' plans, but by far thunder. In 1241, John Asen II died. Bulgaria passed to child rulers who could not keep the same straight lines on their maps. 2 years later, the Mongols broke the Seljuk Sultanate at Kozadar, bending Anatolia toward tribute and turmoil. Vatatzes read both changes as a farmer reads a sky. With Bulgaria distracted and the Seljuks cautious, he moved in Macedonia and Thrace with a steady hand. In 1246, he took Thessalonica and unlaced the rival empire into a despotate that now answered to Nicaea. In the same season, he walked into Thracian towns that had sworn to Constantinople on Monday and to Tarnovo on Friday, and found them ready to swear to him on Wednesday if it meant fewer levies and fewer alarms. Baldwin could not match the march, so he measured the line he could hold. He kept the coast. Treaties fixed the Latin Empire to a strip of strong places and the roads between them, the city itself. The Propontis shore, a handful of inland towns that could be relieved by water when the fields went bad. It was not glorious. It was survivable. In the palace, the mint kept weights true enough that coins passed hand to hand with only a small scowl. In the quarter of St. Mark, Venetian clerks wrote the revenue down with the same neatness they had used under Henry and John. In parishes where Greek priests would not cross themselves toward the Latin altar, soldiers were told to pass by and not make a quarrel into an oath. The emperor went west again and again in these years, because letters written from a room hung with maps do not by themselves buy rope. He stood before the council at Lyons in 1245 and told a story that had been told since Innocent's day, that the city was a key, that Jerusalem's road still ran through its harbor, that the Greeks would listen to Rome if Rome could only lend ships and gold to hold the present for the sake of a better future. Popes and princes listened with sympathy and with ledgers. The Fifth Crusade had broken itself against Egyptian mud. A new one was being counted for Egypt again under Louis. Men and money looked to the Nile and to North Africa more than to a city that seemed, to Western eyes, to have been won once already. Aid arrived in packets and promises, never in the convoy an emperor dreams of. At home, the work of staying became its own craft. Mixed patrols kept markets even. Officers who treated a bazaar like a magazine found themselves replaced and, when accounts justified it, fined. It was cheaper to anger a cousin of a baron than to riot a quarter. Baldwin's marriage, to Marie of Brienne, the old king's daughter, hung a bridge between generations and households. It did not mint coin or widen the walls, but it ended quarrels that would have wasted both. The Morea settled into a long shape. Frankish princes planted castles where two roads met and learned the names of the villages under their hills. They let Latin altars rise beside older chapels. They paid a Venetian pilot to guarantee the harbor in winter, and they wrote to Constantinople when it served them best. When the city wrote back, it did so with admonitions crafted to be obeyed by men who had to keep their own garrisons sweet. A distant emperor can demand. A sensible one persuades. Vatatzes, patient as ever, did not overreach. He accepted towns that opened their gates and bypassed towers not worth the loss. He kept a navy sufficient to move armies across friendly shores and carefully insufficient to provoke Venice into a new summer of battle in the Horn. He let word of order, not only of victory, be his herald in quarters where Greek widows still lit lamps before icons that had outlasted two empires. He understood something that Baldwin understood from the other side, that rumor and routine do as much work as banners. By mid-decade, the Latin Empire's outline had become plain even to those who wished it otherwise. It was a harbor with a city around it, a necklace of strong posts down the Marmara's rim, a thread into Thrace that could be snipped and tied again, and a flotilla of contracts with Venice that kept breath in its lungs. It could be starved if the sea were lost. It could be strangled if the land walls were neglected. Baldwin made sure neither happened while he could pay for rope and for men to climb it. The emperor's journeys west grew longer and the city's accommodations more adept. Regents sat in his chair who were chosen as much for patience as for pedigree. They kept peace with Nicaea, where words would do, and with Bulgaria, where marriage would do, and with the Morea, where a reminder and a barrel of salt would do. Venetians argued the price of dues and then sailed on time. The patriarch learned, sometimes the hard way, which zeal closed more churches than it opened. Greek officials, men whose grandfathers had written charters under Komnenoi, maintained dockets that allowed Latin successors to sign without guesswork. It was not harmony. It was a working truce with reality. In 1247 and the years around it, treaties on both shores wrote what men already knew. The Latin Empire would keep the coastal strip and the city. Nicaea would keep what it had taken inland. Neither side would pretend the other did not exist. Baldwin's chancery filed the parchments where earlier settlements lay, a shelf of compromises that bought seasons rather than victories. Every time a convoy cleared the Dardanelles with grain on deck and a guard on the stern, the treaty proved itself worth more than a speech. Beyond the nearest ring, news ran in the way it always does. In Epirus, the WWII pressed north when Bulgaria stumbled, and east when Nicaea had its hands in Asia, always finding the small space where a raid could become a possession. In Trebizond, Komnenian cousins leaned on Georgian protection and Seljuk caution to keep their strip of coast intact. In Rome, popes changed. Admonitions did not. They praised restraint, condemned excess, promised prayers, and sent, when they could, a reliquary or a small purse for a garrison in need of shoes. The city itself learned to live with what it had become. In the hippodrome, no chariot race returned, but boys still ran the length of the spina and shouted the old colors as if that could bring them back. In the quarter beneath the palace, a goldsmith weighed a coin stamped with Baldwin's name, tested its ring on a stone, and took it with a nod that meant true enough. In a side chapel at Hagia Sophia, a lamp burned before an icon that had traveled farther than most men would. A widow set a spoonful of oil in its dish and counted out the price of barley with fingers that kept better time than any bell. By the end of these years, Baldwin had become what the city required. Not a conqueror, there was no room for one, but a keeper of corridors, a broker of tolerable promises, and a traveler who turned relics into rope and rope into watches kept. His empire was smaller than the word, and larger than its enemies wished. Around him, slower forces gathered. The patience of Nicaea, which aimed at a fleet it did not yet have. The hunger of Epirus, turned now east and now north. The calculations of Venice, which measured risk in cargo and not only in pride. In Constantinople, the lamps along the horn still burned in order. The bells along the walls still marked a watch that veterans and apprentices alike could keep. The next turn would belong less to ladders than to treaties signed far from the sea, agreements that would decide whose ships entered the straits with favor and whose with fire. The watch still ruled the city more than any single will. Baldwin's name was new in the diptychs, but the bells on the land walls called the same hours, and barges under the Golden Horn's chain rose and fell to the same measured commands. Manifests read twice, once by a Venetian clerk with a tally stick and again by a Greek scribe who knew which measures could keep a quarrel from hardening. John of Brienne's orderliness outlived him. Gate rotors held, granaries stayed sealed until the steward came with the right key. Garrison rolls were copied cleanly enough that a sergeant could point to his line without the discussion turning into a fight. Baldwin II, young and in earnest, inherited a realm that had learned to survive by corridors rather than by acres. The Latin Empire was a capital with sea roads more than a dominion with depth. A strip of strong points along the Marmara, ferries that stitched the city to the Propontis shore, winter convoys to the Morea and Euboea, and a customs house in the Venetian quarter that functioned like a second heart. He understood the arithmetic because the walls taught it. Grain, rope, pay. Without those, oil and chant in Hagia. Sophia was ceremony, without breath. Across the straits, John III Ducas Vatatzes had settled into the kind of rule that wears down defenses without ever sounding like a trumpet. Nicaea's government spent as much time on bridges, roads, and paid garrisons as on marches. Bishops were reassured that right and law would hold. Towns were won by the steady promise that harvests would be taxed in known measures, and soldiers would buy rather than seize whenever possible. Over years, that kind of pressure does as much as an assault tower against walls that must be repaired between sieges. To the west, power had tilted in a single, long afternoon. In 1230, on the fields near Klokotnitsa, John Asen II of Bulgaria broke the army of Epirus, took Theodor Komnenos Ducas in chains, and turned Thessalonica from a rival empire, crowned in imitation of Constantinople, into a city that looked over its shoulder. Thracian towns remembered Kaloyan's dark visits. They discovered that John Asen kept accounts as well as armies. He made treaties that felt like protection in markets and at bridges, and the chancery in Constantinople learned to read his tone as closely as it read the winds. Baldwin's answer to pressure he could not match with men was simple and ruthless in arithmetic. If money would not come to the city, he would go to money. In 1238 he sailed for the west and began a tour that mixed pilgrimage and entreaty. He carried letters that rehearsed the old argument. Constantinople was the key. The road to Jerusalem still ran past its harbor. Help now would secure futures that sermons had been promising for 30 years. He did what rulers of poor capitals have always done when walls cannot mint silver. He pledged sanctity to buy time. Relics that 2 generations of crusaders had gathered into the city's reliquaries became collateral and then cargo. Most famously, the crown of thorns, pledged first to bankers and then ceded to a king whose piety could house it. In Paris, Sainte-Chapelle would rise to cradle it. In Constantinople, clocks recorded the transfers in ledgers as dry as they were painful, because stone eats wheat and rope, not stories. The story that scandalized and then hardened into a proverb belongs to this span as well. For a large loan in Venice, Baldwin left as surety what he loved most and what the lenders would value most: his infant son, Philip. Hostage and collateral blur easily in such cases. The effect was the same. A parchment bought rope and pay. A child slept under another roof until the debt could be redeemed. In the city that learned such facts slower than gossip, priests preached patience and paymasters counted. During Baldwin's absences, the regency went to men chosen for steadiness rather than for flourish. Narjot of Toucy kept watches regular, punished theft from markets as waste rather than as sin, and leaned without embarrassment on Venetian discipline. The Republic remained what it had been since the fleet first nosed into the lagoon: partner, creditor, and garrison at once. The arsenal stayed stocked. Convoys sailed on time. Arguments over keys and dues were turned into clauses instead of brawls. The ring around the capital hardened again in concert before it loosened. In 1235, Vatatzes and John Asen II sealed an alliance by marriage and moved together on the city. Nicaean forces down the Asian shore, Bulgarian detachments along the Thracian roads. The summer's efforts were those of men who knew the place's strengths. Fire ships pushed against the chain and cut away by cutters drilled to tow in silence. Floating towers hurried against the sea-wall and beaten back with grapnels and stones. Rams thudding at the posterns near the Blackernay, and met by sorties timed the way John of Brienne had taught them to be timed. The Allies returned the next year and found the same: a harbor guarded by men who counted rope as carefully as coin, and land walls manned by companies mixed enough that orders were heard in both tongues. With autumn, the Allies parted. Asen to inland work, Vatatzes to the slow addition of towns whose names mattered more than the news cycle. The city had another winter to breathe. Breathing paid for only time. Thessalonica, taken in 1224 by Epirus and crowned as a rival, did not come back. It became instead an example repeated in orders to every Latin castellan between the capital and the mountains. A strong city can be lost by a quiet gate and will not be recovered by a loud army. The Morea, Frankish lands stitched along ridges and plains by Villehardouin's kin, held steady because roads stayed safe and dues were predictable, but loyalty there ran through convenience more than through the Bosporus. Euboea's triarchs answered to Venice as often as to any emperor. the realm that began as a fleet and a contract still lived by fleets and contracts. In the 1240s, thunder far away altered calculations nearby. John Asen II died in 1241. Bulgaria fell to child rulers and then to cousins who argued more than they marched. In 1243, the Mongols broke the Seljuk Sultanate at Crusade and bent Anatolia toward tribute and hesitation. Vatatzes read both changes as a farmer reads a sky. With Bulgaria distracted and the Seljuks cautious, he moved in Macedonia and Thrace with the patience of a man mending a fence a post at a time. In 1246, he took Thessalonica and turned the self-styled empire of Epirus into a despotate that answered to Nicaea. Thracian towns that had sworn to Constantinople on Monday and to Tarnovo on Friday learned to swear to Nicaea on Wednesday if it meant fewer levies and fewer alarms. Baldwin could not match a march measured in steady weeks. He measured instead the line he could hold, the city, the Propontis shore as the treaty map of 1214 had sketched it, a handful of inland towns that could be relieved by water when the fields went bad. He returned to the West again in these years because letters written under a painted ceiling do not buy rope. At Lyon in 1245, he told cardinals what his guards already knew, that the city was key, that breath cost coin, that repair without relief only buys a season. Europe listened kindly, counted tightly, and looked south, to Egypt with Louis, to North Africa with merchants, more than east. Aid arrived in packets and promises, never in a convoy big enough to give confidence beyond a harvest. Inside the city, he governed like a man who had learned that headlines do not change the price of barley. Mixed patrols kept markets even. Officers who treated a bazaar like a magazine were dismissed and fined when accounts justified it. It was cheaper to anger a cousin of a baron than to riot a quarter. He leaned on kinship to stitch over gaps that coin could not fill. His marriage to Marie of Brienne, John's daughter, bound households as well as archives. It ended quarrels that would have wasted time and nerve. Across the water, Vatatzes continued to do the most dangerous kind of work, administration that quietly narrows choices. He accepted towns that opened their gates and bypassed towers not worth the loss. He kept a navy sufficient to move troops along friendly shores and carefully insufficient to provoke Venice into another summer of fighting in the Horn. He let news of order be his herald in quarters where Greek widows still lit lamps before icons that had outlasted two empires. He understood something Baldwin understood from the other side. Rumor and routine do as much work as banners. South of the isthmus, the Frankish Morea thickened into a shape that maps could remember. William II of Villehardouin, able, energetic, and very much the prince, fastened castles to ridgelines and learned the names of the villages in the tongue those villages spoke. He planted a new fort above Sparta, Mistra, on a conical hill that commanded the plain and made of it a hinge that would matter for a century. He swore to the emperor in Constantinople and bargained with Venice by necessity. His allegiance ran where his roads ran and where his harbors kept their pilots through winter gales. When the capital wrote, it did so with admonitions crafted to be obeyed by men who had to keep their own garrisons sweet. A distant emperor can demand. A sensible one persuades. In 1248, Louis IX, bound for Egypt, put to sea. Baldwin moved through his court with the same arguments he had presented at Lyon, Constantinople's harbor, the road to Jerusalem, the need for coin. The French king, already committed to the Nile, sent courtesies and a measured purse. Some knights, on their way to Cyprus and Damietta, bent their course toward the Bosporus to serve a season in the city's watches. They learned quickly that glory in Constantinople looked like a ledger with regular entries and a wall patrol whose orders were clear. By mid-decade, the outline of Baldwin's empire was plain even to those who wished it otherwise. It was a harbor with a city around it, a necklace of strong posts down the Marmara's rim, a thread into Thrace that could be snipped and tied again, and a flotilla of contracts with Venice that kept breath in its lungs. It could be starved if the sea were lost. It could be strangled if the land walls were neglected. He made sure neither happened while he could pay for rope and men to climb it. Death on the far side of the straits did what marches had not. In 1254, John III Vatatzes died, leaving Nicaea to his son, Theodore II Lascaris, educated, proud, and sharp. Where his father had dispersed pressure over years, Theodore applied it like a weight. He struck into Thrace in 1255 to 1256 with purpose, testing every Latin outwork not secured by water, rolling back garrisons that had lived by treaties and short sorties, and teaching watch captains along the Marmara what it meant when an enemy did not pause in winter. In the same span, Bulgaria, now under Michael II Asen after a tangle of regencies, wavered between Nicaea and the Latin Empire, sometimes ally, sometimes threat, always reminder that the plain north of the Maritza could not be taken for granted. Baldwin answered with what he had learned to trust, ships and schedules. When Theodore pressed inland, the emperor ensured that the coast remained a Latin corridor. Fortified towns along the Propontis, Rhaidestos, Selimbria, Pege, were kept provisioned by water, and their commanders were reminded that their duty was to hold until a sail appeared, not to chase feints onto fields that punished weight. The Venetian quarter behaved like a state within a state. Hawsers coiled, biscuit counted, pilots assigned. A missed tide was treated with more severity than a missed compliment in the palace. The emperor still went west when he had to. In the early 1250s, he returned to France and Flanders, to courts that had begun to see his visits as a calendar item rather than as a crisis. He brought documents that pledged future revenues from customs and parishes, sealed in neat hands by clerks who had learned the language of securitization long before the word existed. He arrived back in the city with enough coin to keep the lamps along the Horn burning in order, to pay arrears in careful stacks, and to refill granaries so that summer rumor would not become winter riot. Meanwhile, the political weather shifted again to the west. In Epirus, power passed from one Michael to another, Michael II Komnenos Dukas, ambitious but hemmed by stronger neighbors. In Sicily, a prince named Manfred, illegitimate son of the late Frederick II, would soon begin to look across the sea at Greece with the same mixture of calculation and appetite that had made Hohenstaufen policy famous. Those currents did not yet break on Constantinople's stones, but men in the chancery learned to track them the way pilots track a swell a day before it arrives. Within the city, habit proved itself a kind of genius. The Latin patriarch, still walking a narrow line between zeal and prudence, learned which disputes closed more churches than they opened. He wrote to Rome with a tone that mixed piety and paperwork. Greek clergy who would not cross themselves toward the Latin altar kept their parishes and their people, provided they kept the peace. Those who accepted union were protected by officers who had been told that order was more useful than unanimity. A goldsmith in the quarter under the palace weighed a coin stamped with Baldwin's name, tested its ring on stone, and took it with a nod that meant true enough. A monk in the Mangana copied a homily in a script his abbot would have recognized before the sack and added a marginal note about a marriage that had calmed a frontier, not because he admired the match, but because it changed how many loaves the kitchen would need next week. By the middle of the century's 6th decade, the Latin Empire had become exactly what its origin implied it might. A city held by craft and contracts, a shore kept by pilots and patience, a court that survived by turning enemies into neighbors long enough to make it to the next harvest. It was smaller than its friends wished and larger than its enemies liked. It leaned on Venice as on a spar. It relied on the Morea for a second rhythm of cavalry and grain. It watched Nicaea with the wary respect due a state that had learned to make victory look like routine. What lay ahead turned less on ladders than on choices made in other halls, on the policies of a Nicaean court about to change hands again, on the alliances a Sicilian prince would choose, on whether the Latin princes in the Morea would bind their interest to a capital they could not see from their ridges. For the moment, the lamps along the horn still burned on schedule. The bells along the land walls counted a watch that veterans and apprentices alike could keep, and in the palace the maps stayed weighted at the corners by knives, edges that would shift soon, not under a banner on the wall, but under a signature in a treaty no one inside the city drafted. Baldwin's empire had become a rhythm more than a reach. Watch bells along the land walls, barges under the chain in the Golden Horn, manifests read twice, once by a Venetian clerk with his tally stick, once by a Greek scribe who knew how to weigh a measure so tempers did not ignite. What kept the city upright was not the promise of a new crusade, but habits soldered in John of Brienne's years and kept through Baldwin's. Gate rotors that actually turned. Granaries sealed until the steward with the right key arrived, and garrison rolls copied cleanly enough that a sergeant could point to his line without turning an argument into a brawl. Across the straits, the hand pressing on those habits changed, and with it, the tempo. John III Ducas, Vatatzes, who had worn Latin patience down with repair and routine rather than with ladders, died in 1254. His son, Theodore II Lascaris, brilliant, proud, quick to move, took the throne and laid weight where his father had applied pressure. In 1255 and 1256 he struck straight into Thrace, not as a raider, but as a ruler intent on making the treaty lines of an earlier decade irrelevant. Garrison after garrison that could not be fed from the sea was peeled back. Detachments sent to teach a lesson were taught one instead. Watch captains along the Marmara learned that winter would not always bring a pause. Bulgaria, pulled between cousins and regencies, alternated between threat and ally. Its uncertainty made the flatlands north of the Maritsa a place where oaths could be taken in the morning and tested by dusk. Baldwin did what his narrow means allowed. He held the coast. Raidestos, Selimbria, Pege, towns that could be reached by water, provisioned by water, and if need be, evacuated by water, were kept sound. The instructions to their commanders were the opposite of heroic. Hold, count arrows, answer feints with shutters, not pursuits. The Venetian quarter behaved like a state within a state. Hawsers coiled, biscuit counted, pilots assigned, and a missed tide merited more anger than a missed courtesy in the palace. When coins sagged, the emperor went west again, as he had learned to do. He signed parchment that mortgaged customs and feudal dues yet to be collected. He redeemed one pledge of sanctity to make another, and he came home with enough to keep the lamps along the horn in order and the granaries full enough that rumor did not turn to riot. Theodore II's edge cut both ways. His campaign scored results, but his temper scored courtiers. In 1258 he died suddenly, leaving the diadem to a child, John IV Lascaris, and the government to a regency. From the knots that always appear when a court loses its anchor, one man drew the rope tightest, Michael Palaiologos, an aristocrat with old connections, new followers, and a gift for presenting necessity as providence. He took the great offices quickly, faced down rivals faster, and in January 1259 had himself crowned co-emperor as Michael VIII beside the boy whose name was still on the coins. The work ahead was clear. Two enemies framed Constantinople. Epirus in the west, restless again under Michael II Komnenos Ducas and linked by marriage and interest to the Frankish princes of the Morea, and the Latins in the city, short of breath but still behind walls. Michael answered the western menace first. That summer, in 1259, on the uplands around Pelagonia, his men turned a coalition into a rout. The alliance against him had seemed formidable on paper. Epirote contingents, troops from the Principality of Achaia under William II of Villehardouin, men sent by Manfred of Sicily, heavy riders who had learned their trade in southern Italy. Michael's commanders refused a straight push. They teased the coalition apart, bought time with talk and marches, and when the coalition's pieces no longer moved together, they struck. What followed read, in every chronicle, like the opposite of Adrianople. The side that kept its nerve and its line won, the side that chased certainties into gullies lost. William of Achaia was taken. Epirote, hopes for an imperial Thessalonica were hauled tight on the same rope. Michael used the captives like a craftsman uses a tool. He exacted oaths that would matter when he turned east. He turned in the spring of 1261, to a pen rather than a spear. Venice had given Constantinople breath for a half-century. Michael meant to shorten that breath without firing a tower. In March, he concluded a treaty at Nymphaeum with Venice's rival Genoa. The terms were plain in their implications. Genoa would furnish ships and support against Latin and Venetian holdings. Nicaea, soon he hoped Byzantium again, would give the Ligurians quarters and privileges at the mouth of the Bosporus. A new fleet for an old ambition, a new ally waiting at the straits. Even before Genoa's oars dipped, the treaty told watchmen in the Venetian quarter that the wind had shifted. Events outran the ink. That July, Michael sent a small force under the veteran Alexios Strategopoulos toward the city with orders to scout, unsettle, and seize an opportunity if one appeared. They camped at Salimbria, watching the walls from a distance and the harbors more closely. The opportunity arrived in a form every besieger hopes for, but few get. Absence. The Venetian fleet, with much of the Latin garrison, had sailed to the Black Sea on a summer foray, chasing profit and certainty with equal optimism. Local men who knew the city's backlands brought word to Strategopoulos that the landward defenses near the Blachernai were thin and a postern lightly kept. Accounts disagree on the exact gate, a small door near the springs, a sallyport at a fold in the wall, but agree on the shape of what followed. A night approach, a ladder against stone, a grip on a parapet before shouts could carry. At first light on the 25th of July, 1261, a handful of Nicaean soldiers were inside the Queen of Cities. They opened what they could from within. Fires kindled along the walls and in the Venetian quarter to cover the advance and to make a barrier of smoke between scattered defenders. The Latin garrison, too few, surprised, and missing its ships, fought where it could and ran where it had to. From the harbor side, returning Venetian hulls, those near enough to help, took aboard as many as would fit. Baldwin II escaped not with ceremony, but with speed, crossing the Horn in a galley while smoke climbed behind him. He left, the storytellers said, with little more than what he could carry and an empire folded into a chest of charters and hopes. He would not see the palace again. Strategopoulos held his men to their work. Loot tempts the hand in any surprise. He drove the point home with penalties and with the knowledge that the emperor's reward would be for possession, not for plunder. The great doors that had been opened a lifetime earlier to welcome Baldwin of Flanders now stood for another procession. Michael VIII entered the city within weeks. By August, the purple that had been stored for a generation came out into the light and took Hagia Sophia not as a guest but as an heir. The liturgy that had once placed oil on Latin emperors' brows now intoned the names of a restored Greek court. The patriarchal throne was reclaimed. The Latin prelate departed. Choristers sang the old antiphons under a dome that had listened impassively to every change of fortune since Justinian. Restoration was not sentiment, it was policy, and it cut as well as bound. Michael confirmed privileges for districts that had opened their gates, called back families whose names were tied to offices, and posted guards where a city's appetite for souvenirs can become an invitation to enemies. He promised Venice nothing and Genoa much, granting the Ligurians a quarter across the water at Galata. The skyline gained a new partner, Pera, with its warehouses and consular courts, a Genoese city facing the old one across the Horn. The alliance written at Nymphaeum became stone and dock, invoice and mast. The new emperor also closed accounts with his own past. On Christmas Day of 1261, the child-turned figurehead, John IV Lascaris, was seized and blinded in his fortress at Nicaea. The act, as cruel as it was calculated, removed the last legal rival to Michael's claim. Greek chroniclers, who had sung for the Restoration, recorded the deed with a wince. Latin observers needed no further proof that mercy would not be policy when title was at stake. The Palaeologan dynasty began in glory, tempered with a shadow that would lengthen in memory. For the Latins, the city's loss was not the end of their story, only the end of that chapter's center. Baldwin II's flight turned into an exile measured in petitions and treaties. He moved westward, Euboea, then Italy, then the courts of France, seeking men and ships under the old arguments and the new, that the Greeks had usurped what the Church had, however briefly, placed under Latin obedience, that Venice had been outmaneuvered, that Genoa's gain should be Genoa's peril. The practical response did not come from Paris or Rome, but from a king across the Tyrrhenian Sea. In 1267, in the papal city of Viterbo, Baldwin signed away future claims in exchange for present power. Charles of Anjou, brother to Louis of France and newly made king of Sicily, would receive suzerainty over Achaia and take up the project of restoring a Latin Constantinople as a French Angevin enterprise. The ink would take some years to find its field. For now, it gave the exile a patron and the Mediterranean a new line. The Latin principality in the Morea did not fall with the capital. William of Villehardouin, freed on harsh terms after Pelagonia, returned to a Peloponnese that had learned to balance Venetian quays, Frankish castles, and Greek fields with a skill born of necessity. He rebuilt, he bargained, and he swore oaths that reached north to foreign princes as often as east to a city no longer under his sovereign. The Duchy of Athens, too, held its courts beneath the Acropolis and watched Piraeus for sails as carefully as it watched Boeotia's roads for riders. Latin lordships survived because they were local, because their roads were safe, and because the men who ruled them learned to speak enough Greek to keep markets calm. Venice, stunned by the speed of July, was not erased. The Republic deployed the tool she trusted most, treaty. Within a few years, she secured commercial privileges from the restored Byzantium that kept her ships in the Bosporus. She lost the city's quarter and the casual arrogance of owning its breadth. She kept the sea. Genoa, for its triumph, acquired a promise and a problem. A headland across from Constantinople and the need to keep it provisioned and defended without turning victories into open war, with a rival who had the patience to count tides. The straits became not a moat, but a mirror. 2 Italian city-states, 2 counting houses, and a restored empire learning to referee for profit. Inside Constantinople, restoration meant scaffolds. Hagia Sophia's mosaics were cleaned where smoke had darkened them. Clerks rewrote registers in phrases that had been familiar before Frankish chancery hands had altered their cadence. The hippodrome's spina, long stripped of its bronze horses, learned to be a market thoroughfare again rather than a parade ground. Households that had kept icons in cupboards brought them back to walls. Guilds resumed their processions on saints' days under banners that had been folded for half a lifetime. The city felt older, not because it had aged, but because the past had returned in a single season. On the Latin side of the ledger, the shape of survival changed. The empire as a capital collapsed. What remained were principalities in Greece and islands in the Aegean, places that answered to princes and to Venice rather than to a ghost in exile. Baldwin's chancery shrank to a traveling coffer. His seal still impressed wax. Its power depended on the next host's willingness to hear him. He and his heirs shifted from asking for a crusade to promising concessions. Rights in Achaia, dues from Euboea, authority over ports yet to be taken. Parchment without ports reads like prayer. He found a patron who preferred plans to prayers and who had a fleet. Michael, the Eighth's first years after the return, were a balance of repair and politics. He could not push hard everywhere. He placated some Westerners with privileges and offended others by trying to bring the Greek Church into formal union with Rome, a project that would crest briefly a decade later and then shatter on the rocks of local piety. He strengthened the navy enough to patrol, not enough to proclaim war against every island with a Latin banner. He tested the Morea where it was weak, left it where it was thorny, and looked north and west where an Angevin king sharpening knives in Sicily had made the recovery of Constantinople a plank in a larger program. For the people who lived under all these decisions, the arithmetic of the day remained stubbornly the same. A pilot on the Horn learned the new flag of Pera and the old dues of the custom house and brought his galley in on the tide that suited both. A widow in the Blacherne quarter brought oil for a lamp before an icon returned from its hiding place and counted out the price of barley with the same careful fingers she had used under Latin patriarchs. A smith in the Mangana took a coin stamped with Michael's name, tested its ring on stone and thought, as men always do when the face on money changes and the weight stays close enough to true, that order is a sound before it is a title. By the time the first winter after the recapture had passed, the map of the old Fourth Crusade had become a map of edges. A Greek emperor sat in the city again. Genoa's quarter stared at his from across the water. Venice, not destroyed, adjusted her contracts. Latin princes held their high towns in the Peloponnese and the Attic plain. A French king in Sicily began to imagine galleys rowing east under his star. An exiled Baldwin learned to turn grief into promises someone might find profitable. The road ahead would be marked less by engines at walls than by signatures. At Viterbo, where oaths tied Anjou to Achaia. At Lyon, and later councils where churchmen spoke of union and parishioners looked at their lamps instead. At the quays of Pera and the Horn, where ledgers decided more than lances who ate and when. And the city, which had been taken by treaty, by contract, by ladder, and by chance in the span of a long lifetime, settled again into the practice by which it had always outlasted its rulers. Watches kept to time, stores balanced against rumor, and names read beneath the dome that carried the same antiphons for emperors who had come and gone. The bells along the land walls counted the hours. The chain under the horn kept its scrape and clink. and men who measured their lives in wheat and rope discovered, as they had under Latin and Greek alike, that survival is a discipline long before it is a story. The habits that had kept Constantinople upright under Latin banners did not dissolve when Greek ones returned. Watch bells still marked the hours along the land walls. Barges still rose and fell against the Golden Horn's piles. Manifests were still read twice by a clerk from Pera, now as often as by one from St. Mark's Quarter, and by a Greek scribe who knew which measures cooled a quarrel before it started. Restoration brought scaffolds and pageantry. It also brought the same arithmetic that had ruled the city under Baldwin: grain, rope, pay. Michael VIII, Paleologos, who entered as a restorer, learned quickly that keeping what ladders had gained meant turning victory into routine. He began with the edges that mattered most. Genoa, rewarded for timely alliance, planted itself across the water at Galata, Pera's wooden wharves running out into the channel, consular courts drafting contracts in a hand different from the one that kept the great logothetes' registers. Venice, stunned by July's reversal, did not leave the sea to mourn. She set about trading with the restored empire under terms that were narrower than yesterday's and broader than none at all. The straits became a mirror more than a moat. Two Italian republics facing each other's pennants, while a Greek court learned to referee for profit as much as for pride. The first years after the return were spent balancing three fronts. Westward lay Epirus and its cousins, the Ducai and Komnenoi, proud of hills and alliances. Southward stretched the Frankish lordships, especially the Principality of Achaia in the Morea, where William of Villehardouin rebuilt castles and roads with the same patience he brought to councils. Northward stood Bulgaria, steadied for a time by John Asen II, and then unsettled by heirs and cousins. Michael, who had made a throne from a regency, could not push everywhere. He chose where a push would alter the board, and where a treaty would do. The decisive change came not under the walls, but on the uplands far to the west. In 1259 at Pelagonia, Michael's captains unstitched a coalition that, on parchment, looked stronger than anything Nicaea, soon to be Byzantium again, could field. Epirote lines, Angevin horse sent by Manfred out of Sicily, and Achaean lances under William himself. They refused the straight contest, talked where words would buy a week, and struck when the allies no longer swung together. The rout broke Epirus's hope of an imperial Thessalonica and gave Michael captives he would use as levers when he turned east. William's ransom, oaths, and fortresses would echo years later on Peloponnesian roads. The turn east used a pen before a spear. In March 1261, at Nymphaeum, Michael promised Genoa quarters and privileges in exchange for ships and pressure against Venetian holdings. The alliance looked like a fleet on paper. In practice, it was leverage. When the gate opened that summer by opportunity rather than armada, the contract acquired a city to face. On the morning Strategopoulos' men clambered over the Blachernae's lesser places, the Republic's rivalry gained new stones to tally. Inside the walls, restoration was a matter of lists before it was a matter of parades. Hagia Sophia's mosaics were cleaned where smoke had filmed them. Registers were recopied in phrases that had fit the city's law before Frankish chancery hands altered their cadence. Guilds resumed processions under banners kept folded for a generation. The new emperor's legitimacy was hammered into coin and practiced in ceremony. It was also tested by the deed that secured his claim. On a winter feast day in 1261, John IV Lascaris, the child whose name had shared the crown, was seized and blinded in Nicaea. Michael's dynasty began in triumph and shadow at once. The deposition bred a schism among clergy and laity, the Arsenites. named for the patriarch who had defied the emperor, whose protests would trouble palaces and parishes long after the scaffolds were down. Beyond the city, the Latin story did not stop with the closing of its gates. Baldwin II carried his seals into exile and did what exiles must. He turned claims into contracts and grief into promises men might find profitable. In 1267, at Viterbo, he signed away what lay in the future for the sake of what could be gathered now. Charles of Anjou, brother to the French king, conqueror of Sicily at Benevento and Tagliacozzo, received suzerainty over Achaia and undertook the project that had hovered at the edges of French ambition since 1204, a return to Constantinople under a Latin crown. The agreement gave the exile a patron, the Morea a new overlord on paper, and the Eastern Sea a fresh calculation. Michael answered with a different kind of union. He sought to make his church and Rome's one at council rather than at spear point. In 1274, at Lyon, envoys swore to papal primacy and doctrine in the emperor's name. The policy's aim was blunt: to deny Charles a Crusade's banner by removing in form, if not in hearts, the charge of schism. The price was paid at home. Bishops, monks, and laymen who would not bend to union found themselves taxed, harried, or silenced. The Arsenite quarrel deepened. Devotion and policy collided in parish and choir. Michael balanced parchment against incense and accepted that friends in the West would be bought by the same act that made enemies in the East. Meanwhile, the peninsula to the south learned to live with three masters. In the Morea, William of Villehardouin fortified Mistra, a cone of rock above Laconia, whose terraces would, in time, cradle a court of poets and princes, and rebuilt the lattice of castles that made the Achaean plain move to his rhythm. He owed oaths now to a king across the Tyrrhenian and would later swear others to secure his place against the emperor whose ransom he had once paid. Venice kept her quays and pilots. Her galleys as often brought Achaean wine north as they carried letters east. In Athens, a Latin duke held court below the Acropolis and watched Piraeus for sails as carefully as he watched Boeotia's roads for riders. Locality and habit made lordships durable. Distance made them independent in all but name. At sea, Michael learned caution, the way any government sitting between Pera and the Horn must. Genoa's early zeal had been checked off Euboea when Venetian hulls bloodied Ligurian pride. The emperor moderated the balance. Treaties with Venice in the later 1260s and early 1270s replaced blanket favor with measured privilege. A navy sufficient to police the Propontis and the Hellespont, not one grand enough to tempt ruin, proved the scale he could afford. In the north, bases on the Black Sea gave room to breathe. To the south, islands were courted or prodded, depending on whether their harbors kept their pilots through winter storms. Charles did not let go. From Sicily, he built an eastern design plank by plank. He took Durrës and styled a kingdom of Albania on the Adriatic heel. He threaded alliances through Epirot and Achaean courts, and he gathered promises enough to fill a ledger with oaths and claims. When the papal tide shifted away from Lyon's compromises, he found in Rome a friend who would bless a campaign as a work of obedience. In 1281, at Orvieto, an agreement set dates and duties in a hand that left little to imagination. Charles, Venice, and the titular Latin emperor, Baldwin's heir by then, would converge by sea and land to unmake what Michael had made. Ships were counted, rendezvous named, privileges promised for a victory that would repay everyone's investment. The answer arrived from a quarter few had marked on the first page of any plan. In the spring of 1282, at Vespers time in Palermo, bells rang and blades flashed. A rising that would be named for the hour, the Sicilian Vespers, carried the island out from under Angevin rule in a spasm of fury, and then in a patient transfer of allegiance to Aragon. Whether Byzantine emissaries had stoked discontent or merely prayed for it, the effect was immediate. Charles's eastern arm was broken at the shoulder. Fleets meant for the Bosporus were diverted to a nearer war. The great invasion dissolved into contracts unwound and stores redistributed. Constantinople breathed as men do after a sudden blow to the chest, sharply, gratefully, and with a memory that lingers. Michael's late years were spent paying for the policies that had saved the war. Union with Rome kept a particular kind of threat at bay. It also kept quarrels alive in cloister and quarter. He punished dissent when he felt he must. He excused it when he felt he could. He taxed heavily, spent carefully, and offended widely, because no court that repairs walls and rents fleets can please its friends and its accounts at the same time. He died in 1282 with the city still his. The western storm turned aside by a bell he had not rung, and a son, Andronikos II, ready to inherit both the stone he had saved and the quarrels he had made. Across the water and to the south, Latin Greece adjusted to the new shape as shrewdly as ever. William in the Morea had been captured, released, and bound. He recovered as much as prudence allowed and left Mistra to grow under a Greek hand as the Byzantine foothold in the Peloponnese deepened. The duchy in Athens found its own rhythm beneath Frankish lords who learned to swear oaths in Greek when it kept markets calm. Venice kept her ropes coiled and her pilots busy, buying privileges where war would cost more than a clause. Genoa, for her triumph at Nymphaeum, learned the price of a quarter that must be defended without turning rivalry into ruin. For the Latin imperial title itself, the road narrowed into exile and inheritance. Baldwin II died in the early 1270s. His son, Philip of Courtenay, carried the seal through western courts, and his descendants would marry it into houses that could promise much and deliver little east of the Adriatic. Their claims would matter when signatures were being traded at Viterbo or Orvieto. They mattered less on mornings when pilots in the Bosporus judged wind and current and brought a grain barge to the right quay. Within Constantinople, the Restoration settled into marks that a city leaves in stone and habit. The chain under the horn still scraped when raised and lowered. The land walls' lamps still burned at appointed hours. A goldsmith weighed a coin bearing Michael's name, then Andronikos's, and accepted it because the ring on the stone was true enough. A widow in the Blackernay quarter set oil before an icon returned from a cupboard 20 years before, and noted, with the exactness that keeps households upright, that barley's price had steadied since the siege lifted. In the Hippodrome, boys still ran the line of the Spina and shouted colors that had not raced in a lifetime, because memory in a city is a craft as well as a story. By the end of this span, the consequences of the recapture had settled into a pattern. A Greek emperor sat again beneath Justinian's dome. Genoa's warehouses faced his harbor from Galata. Venice, wounded but unbroken, traded on terms she could bear. Latin lordships survived where roads were safe and rulers spoke the local tongue well enough to be obeyed. An Angevin king, diverted by bells he did not ring, still kept a page for the East in his book of wars. The next years would register in quieter strokes, treaties that tried to make union more than a council's proclamation, campaigns measured in months to hold a valley or a pass, a long, inward argument over whether saving a city with Rome's favor had cost a people too much of themselves. The bells along the land walls continued to strike. The chain across the horn continued to lift and fall. Survival, which had been a discipline under Latin and Greek alike, remained the city's first language. The habits that had kept the city steady under Latin banners survived their replacement by Greek ones. Watch bells still measured the hours on the land walls. Barges under the Golden Horn's chain rose and fell with the same commands. Manifests checked twice, once in the counting house at Pera and once in the great Logothate's rooms, so measures matched and tempers cooled. Michael VIII had returned the throne to Constantinople and then died, with his work half turned from triumph into routine. His son inherited the routine and the bill. Andronicus II took the diadem in 1282 with a promise that sounded like relief to many ears. The union with Rome, sworn by his father to disarm a Western attack, would be abandoned. In synods and sermons, the city returned to forms it recognized. John Bekos, the Unionist patriarch, was set aside. The old creed, unadorned, was read again beneath Justinian's dome. The Arsenite quarrel, named for the patriarch, who had resisted emperors and been exiled for it, did not vanish, but its sharpest edges were blunted by the sense that right and rule had been set back into alignment. For a season, incense spoke more loudly than policy. Policy, however, had its own needs. Andronicus II cut costs where his father had spent to survive. The navy, expensive in quiet years, essential only in storms, was pared down until it was little more than a flotilla. The treasury welcomed the savings. The sea did not change its nature. Along the straits, Venetian pilots kept their calendars and Genoese factors kept their ledgers. When Genoa and Venice fell to quarrel, as they did in 1296 to 1299, their fights broke out in the very waterway the emperor needed most. Fires ran along wharves, arrows hissed between Galata and the city's quays, and the court learned anew that when one hires a neighbor to keep a door, one must live with the neighbor's family arguments. Beyond the water, the ground shifted under older certainties. On the Asian side, Turkish beyliks, frontier principalities sprung from Seljuk ruin and Ghazi zeal, pressed toward the Marmara. Their strength was not a single siege engine or a banner that could be broken in a day, but a braid of habits, raids when fodder was good, settlements when walls were thin, patience where rivers and hills favored them. Prusa, once a strong hinge between coast and plateau, fell in 1326 to Osman's heirs. The loss did not ring like a single bell across the sea, but its echo ran through the chancery every time a clerk counted what remained on the Propontis shore. In the north and west, other neighbors measured their chances. Serbia, under Stefan Uroš, the second Milutin, took Skopje in 1282 and pressed into Macedonia. The emperor answered with marriage as often as with arms, his young daughter Simonida to the Serbian king, and with garrisons where roads and rivers still obeyed his seal. Coin told the same story as walls. Andronicus kept the gold hyperpyron in name, but saw its reach shrink. He introduced a silver coin, the basilikon, modeled on successful Western money so that merchants would take it without argument. Debasements and new issues were not scandals in themselves. They were signals. The empire was counting more closely, paying soldiers in kinds that traded, and asking monasteries and towns to tolerate levies that felt heavier, because memories of restoration had been fresh. Then the emperor reached for a remedy that had worked for others and would, in time, burn his own hands. To push the Turks back from the Propontis and to stiffen Anatolian garrisons that could no longer be rotated easily from Europe, Andronicus hired a company of veterans from Aragon and Sicily, Almogávares hardened in the long wars of the Mediterranean. In 1303, Roger de Flor led the Catalan company into the empire's service. They landed at Constantinople, passed through amid curiosity and unease, and crossed to Asia. For a year, their reputation matched their rate. Quick marches, sharp fights, Turkish camps abandoned at the sound of their trumpets, strong places provisioned without begging a convoy from the straits. Victories piled up, and so did grievances. Pay came late. Local villages learned to fear allies as much as enemies. Officers tried to balance ledgers against looted carts. In 1305, quarrel turned to murder. At Adrianople, in a palace meant to cool tempers, Roger de Flor was killed, struck down in a hall where he had expected honor. Whether the order came from deep policy or from a tangle of affronts mattered less than the consequence. The men he had led answered as mercenaries answer, with a long, cold vengeance. Thrace learned to dread spring. The company burned what it could not carry and took what it could not spend immediately in coin. The emperor's heir, Michael IX, fought them and failed to pen them. Towns opened their gates to avoid worse. The roads between the capital and the frontier became arguments without words. By 1307, the Catalans moved south, away from a countryside already emptied, seeking a lordship that would pay in permanence. In 1311, on a plain near the Kephisos, Halmiros, they broke the Duchy of Athens and took it for their own, placing the Acropolis under a new obedience that looked to Aragon. Latin Greece, born of the old Crusade, now found itself guarded by soldiers hired first by a Greek emperor. Other borders bent under pressures of their own. In Thrace and along the Black Sea shore, Bulgaria, revived under Theodore Svetoslav, 1300 to 1321, struck and bargained in turn. Ports like Mesembria and Anchialos became tokens on a board that never stopped shifting. Treaties restored them. Skirmishes took them away again. In Macedonia, Serbian gains held through habit as much as force. Milutin's court learned to read Constantinople in the way a hillman reads the weather. When to descend, when to stay in the uplands, when a marriage would carry farther than a raid. Within the city, a quieter storm gathered. Factions, grounded in families, offices, and the long memory of the Arsenite quarrel, argued over failures on land and thrift at sea. Andronikos II was pious and patient. He was also a ruler who had chosen predictability over risk so often that young men who had only known retreat mistook caution for surrender. Out of private grief and public frustration, a rival took shape. Andronikos III, the emperor's grandson, lost his brother and his father in quick succession, and found himself blamed for the reckless circles of youth. He gathered friends around him, men of ability who were tired of watching maps thin and treasuries thicken with paper, and tested his grandfather's resolve in the only court that arbiters cannot empty: the field. The empire slipped into civil war in 1321 with the same weary skill it had learned for sieges. Agreements made at candlelight broke at dawn. Frontiers were drawn around towns that had little to do with the quarrel and everything to do with the road that ran past their gate. The first round ended with a division that admitted the fact of disagreement without solving it. Grandfather in the capital, grandson as co-emperor, with provinces to govern and a promise to behave. It did not hold. By 1327 to 1328, the factions had hardened. Allies beyond the borders were invited in by both sides. Bulgarians under Michael Shishman tried their balance. Serbs under Stefan Dechansky weighed their own. The capital watched patrol lamps on the land walls, while messengers ran to monasteries with demands for coin and to guilds with demands for calm. In these same years, the consequences of long thrift at sea showed again. Venetian and Genoese quarrels erupted into raids along the very quays where imperial revenue was counted. Pera grew, Genoa's wooden streets and stone basements reaching down to the water with confidence, and the city across the Horn complained that a neighbor's shadow fell too far onto its stair. Agreements were made and broken. Reprisals couched in account books were followed by apologies couched in law. Each summer that passed without a fleet of the emperor's own left the argument to others to settle. In 1326, news from across the sea reached the palace that could not be softened by policy. Prussia was gone to the House of Osman. Its fall put a date on the change that garrisons had been whispering for a generation. The line along the Propontis was now a shore more than a frontier. Nicomedia and Nicaea still stood for the moment, and ferries still found their way under watchful hills, but the hinterland had turned its face away. The chroniclers, sober men who had seen hopes rolled and unrolled like maps on tables, wrote these notices without ornament. A city does not die from a single cut. It thins until a last line breaks. The last round of the family quarrel broke in the spring of 1328. Andronikos III, now backed by commanders who had learned to move without wasting men, slipped into Constantinople with supporters inside the walls. There was no sack. There were no ladders. Doors opened because enough hands had turned their keys at the same hour. The old emperor, who had ruled for nearly half a century, abdicated and entered a monastery. The grandson took the diadem under the same dome, with the same oil, and with a program that promised decision where patience had failed. Outside the capital, Latin Greece had adjusted to the whole long arc. The Achaean princes kept their castles, but the Byzantine foothold at Mistra grew a second court on Laconia's terraces. Venice held Euboea and Crete and tended her ropes. The Catalans ruled Athens under distant Aragonese suzerainty. Epirus looked now to Naples, now to Constantinople, as currents shifted. In Pera, Genoese factors counted cargoes under seals issued across the water. In the city, clerks copied treaties that tried to make rivalry bearable. Within the walls, habit remained the city's truest craft. A goldsmith weighed a coin stamped first with Andronikos, the father's name, and then with the grandson's, and took it because the ring on stone was true enough. A widow in the Blachernae quarter refilled a lamp before an icon returned from hiding decades earlier and counted out barley for the week. Watch bells marked the same hours they had under Baldwin, Michael, and Andronikos. The measure by which a capital remembers itself when maps change. The new emperor's first tasks lay where his grandfather's last failures had been written. On the Asian shore that had thinned into a line, on the roads into Macedonia, where neighbors had learned the habit of testing gates, and in the harbors, where two Italian republics treated his city as a ledger between them. He would move faster, strike harder, and find allies in places his grandfather had avoided. Whether that speed could reverse losses measured in decades would be the next question the land walls and the chain beneath the Horn would hear asked and answered, one season at a time. Andronikos III began where his grandfather had left the map thin. He moved quickly, faster in decision, sharper in aim, and he chose two instruments he trusted. John Cantacuzenos, his friend and Megas Domestikos, to turn policy into marches, and a modest revival of the fleet to make the straits answer the palace again. Garrisons counted bolts, while orders went out in a tighter hand. Hold what the sea can feed. Test what the road can take. Do not chase where ground refuses weight. Asia came first, because the ground itself was slipping. In the spring of 1329, he ferried men to the Nicomedian shore to show the frontier that the capital had not forgotten it. The Ottomans, under Orhan, did not oblige with walls and set pieces. They watched, closed, and then struck where the hills broke the line into files. At Pelekanon, above the Marmara's shore, the emperor bled for a day's lesson. Wounds enough to force an orderly retreat, not a rout, and certainty that the old crossings were no longer errands, but risks. He brought his companies off by boat under cover of engines on the beach and wrote the result into his next orders. Keep the coast tied to the city. Do not spend men inland to prove a point the ground will not support. Even sharpened, the frontier continued its arithmetic. Nicaea, second city of the old empire, held for a generation behind compromise and garrison, fell to Orhan in 1331 after a long pressure that never needed a ladder. Nicomedia lasted 6 years more, and then, in 1337, opened its gates when relief by land had become a phrase, and by sea, a ferry to a headland, not a field. Between those dates, the emperor made truces when they spared lives and sent small columns to pull out households, archives, and relics from towns that could not be held. The Propontis shore, kept by boats and towers, remained a corridor. The interior became a different country. While Asia thinned, the West flickered between opportunity and loss. Serbia moved first. Stefan Uroš, the second Milutin, had already taken Skopje in 1282. His son, Stefan Dušan, pushed harder after 1331, when he took the crown from his father and began the work that would one day make him emperor in his own right. Andronikos answered not with a single lunge, but with thread. He sent envoys, and then his child, Simonida, to Milutin years earlier. Now he rode with Cantacuzenos through Macedonia to stiffen towns that had learned to open their gates to the strongest hand seen that month. In 1334, after sharp marches and sharper negotiations, a peace fixed a line. Parts of western Macedonia passed to Serbia. Other towns returned to Byzantine obedience. It was not triumph, but it turned raiding into a frontier and bought a season for other tasks. South, the Peloponnese was held by lords who measured loyalty by roads, not by titles. William of Villehardouin still ruled Achaia, rebuilding after Pelagonia and paying for his ransom with oaths as well as fortresses. Andronikos did not spend ships or men on a peninsula that could be shifted by parchment. He let his foothold at Mistra grow under a governor who knew when to use a writ and when to ride with a handful of horsemen at dawn. He let Venice keep the pilots who made the harbors useful. He kept the quarrels small enough that they arrived in the palace as petitions rather than alarms. Justice, often postponed by campaigns, received attention early. The emperor reformed the high courts, establishing the universal judges of the Romans, 4 in number, 2 lay and 2 ecclesiastical, meant to stand between petitioners and the old habit of buying outcomes. For a time, it worked as intended. Cases heard in order, judgments recorded in hands that a clerk could read again without guessing. In the same years, coin followed policy. The unreassuring gold of hard times gave way in daily markets to a good silver basilicon, familiar in weight to Western traders and steady enough that a goldsmith would take it with a glance rather than a complaint. Reform did not fill granaries, but it kept quarrels from turning into riots when the price of barley rose in a windy month. In 1332, the emperor tested Bulgaria and was reminded that neighbors are not opportunities on demand. During a moment of uncertainty at Tarnovo, he pushed into Thrace to reclaim towns that had drifted during the long regency there. Ivan Alexander, newly crowned and quicker than Byzantine chancery expected, met him at Russo Castro and beat him cleanly. The price of the lesson was not ruin, but recognition. A marriage between Ivan Alexander and the emperor's kinswoman, lands acknowledged as his, and a line that both sides could walk without tripping over their pride. The Thracian towns learned again that treaties make markets, and the market makes the winter pass. Sea war threatened, as always, to turn disputes into fires. Venice and Genoa had faced one another across the Horn since Michael's treaty. Their quarrels became the cities even when the emperor willed otherwise. Andronikos revived a small fleet, not a grand armada, but enough hulls to escort convoys, punish piracy where it could be reached, and remind both republics that the crown would not outsource every quarrel across its own water. When the Pope organized leagues to curb Turkish raiding in the Aegean, the emperor joined when it suited him and stood aside when the dues and risks were wrongly measured. He could not afford romance at sea. He could afford a few good captains and a schedule that kept biscuit moving. Gains came where the ground was right. Thessaly, long held by local rulers who had learned to play Latin, Greek, and Serbian claimants against one another, submitted in 1333 after a measured campaign. The emperor entered cities that remembered better years and left behind governors who kept the tax lists legible and the roads open. In Epirus, in 1337, the Orsini child lord was set aside and the despotate annexed, its castles garrisoned by men who understood that obedience in the hills looks like quiet more than parade. With Thessaly and Epirus held together, the road from the capital to the Gulf of Corinth could be traveled without carrying a treaty in one hand and a bribe in the other. Asia asked again, even as the West yielded. Between 1330 and 1337, the emperor's orders to the Nicomedean coast read like a ledger. Rotate garrisons before they grow careless. Buy grain when you can. Take it only when you must. Ferry out families who wish to leave before they are forced. Nicaea's fall, and then Nicomedia's made the pattern explicit. The old second pole of the empire had set. The shoreline, however, still answered to Byzantium, and as long as ships moved at the emperor's command, the city could eat and soldiers could be paid. Cantacuzenos, more and more the second arm of rule, carried the same habits into diplomacy. He kept channels open in Belgrade and Tarnovo, in Ragusa and Rhodes. He knew which Latin houses held islands by grace of their pilots and which by grace of their patrons. He wrote to both with a tone that made a quarrel a negotiation and a negotiation a pause. He trained younger commanders to be sparing with men and generous with hours, march at night, feed the horses first, wait for a gate to open by argument before testing it by ram. Within the city, the rhythms that outlast rulers were kept. The judges sat. The basilicon rang true on the stone. Guilds processed on saints' days with banners a little faded and feet that knew every flagstone. Sailors from Pera argued with boatmen from the Horn, and disputes ended in a counting house instead of a knife as often as not. The patriarch's letters turned from Rome to monasteries, in Bithynia now beyond the line, urging patience, sending alms and noting without flourish which altars had to be supplied by boat. In 1337, when Nicomedia finally fell and the last thread inland on the Asian side broke, the Chancery did not declare catastrophe. It recorded loss and entered the next convoy's manifest. The emperor and Cantacuzenos turned again to the tasks that could be finished. Finishing the work in Epirus, tightening Thessaly's administration, enforcing the 1334 peace with Serbia, where eager captains strayed a mile too far along a valley road. Each winter, the city counted. Each spring, it sent out men and letters where both could be expected to return. That steadiness held long enough to make its own shadow. In 1341, with the emperor still not old and his heir a child, the machine paused. Andronikos III fell ill and died that spring. The probate of his reign lay all around. A frontier in Asia broken back to the sea, but kept alive by ships. A west retied from Epirus to Thessaly. a justice that for a time had been something other than a favor, a fleet modest and necessary, and a partnership inside the palace that had made speed possible without spectacle. His death opened what policy most feared, a gap between throne and decision. The Empress, Anna of Savoy, stood for her small son. Cantacuzenos stood for the program that had recovered what could be recovered. The great houses and the guilds took their places as they always do when certainty loosens. Beyond the walls, Serbia under Dusan watched for a valley to take. To the east, Orhan watched the straits and counted hulls. At Pera and in St. Mark's Quarter, ledgers were balanced with a column for change of ruler. For the moment, the lamps along the land wall were lit on time. The chain under the golden horn scraped and settled morning and evening. A goldsmith weighed a coin he had weighed the year before, found its ring acceptable, and paid a boatman for rope. A judge took his seat and heard a case about a key, not a crown. The next chapter would turn on whether those habits could outlast an argument inside the palace as well as they had outlasted a siege outside it. The emperor's beer had barely cooled when the city's calm split into currents. In the spring of 1341, Andronikos III was laid beneath the same dome where he had sworn judges to honesty and counted out coin that rang true on the stone. Behind the procession walked two centers of gravity, the Empress Anna of Savoy with her child, John V, and John Cantacuzenos, the general who had turned policy into marches and made quick decisions feel like ordinary work. For a few weeks, routine held, then letters outran condolences. The patriarch, John Calicus, leaned toward the regency. Alexios Apokaukos, the sharpest civilian in the palace, drove appointments and arrests at a pace that made doors close quietly in certain quarters. Cantacuzenos, kept outside the walls, was proclaimed emperor by his soldiers at Didimo Taikon in September. In the capital, it was called revolt. In the camps, it was called a guarantee. The empire slid into civil war with the wearied competence of a polity that had done it before. Towns thought about bread before banners. Ports weighed which hand could keep pilots paid. Monasteries waited to see whose messengers arrived first. In Thessalonica, a different answer formed. In 1342, a movement that called itself the Zealots, craftsmen, sailors, and lesser clerks, wary of magnates and tired of negotiations that never fed markets, seized the city's levers. They barred the gates against aristocratic parties, sent the great families into exile or into silence, and wrote their orders in the names of watch captains rather than of lords. Thessalonica held out for nearly a decade on its own terms, feeding itself by sea and making the civil war into a triangle. Cantacuzenos did what he had always done. He moved with economy and chose allies where the ground demanded them. In Thrace, he bargained with local commanders who preferred steady dues to fluctuating loyalties. In Macedonia, he looked for doors opened by negotiation before asking a ram to do the work. And when men were not enough, he turned, as Byzantium had begun to do by force of circumstance, to the strongest riders nearby. Ottoman contingents, Ghazis under Orhan, began to cross at his invitation, first as auxiliaries to harry an enemy column, then as pieces on a board no longer limited by the straits. The alliance was sealed in 1346 by a marriage. Cantacuzenos's daughter, Theodora, to Orhan, a bond as practical as any treaty. That same year, John Cantacuzenos himself took a crown as John VI at Adrianople, while Constantinople still held for the child king. In the capital, Apokaukos kept a fleet under orders and a prison under lock until June 1345, when prisoners dragged him down in a courtyard and killed him with their hands. A pillar of the Regency vanished in a moment of rage. The war ended not with a sack, but with an arrangement. In February 1347, John VI entered Constantinople by negotiation and hunger's pressure rather than by ladder. The settlement made him senior emperor and left John V as junior partner, a pupil meant to learn a patient craft. The city barely had time to discover whether patience would return when another visitor arrived with the autumn ships. In 1347 to 1348, the plague reached the Bosporus. Death was a steady metronome. Houses shuttered, processions shortened, granaries opened by order so that panic would not add to loss. The watch bells kept their hours, but faces on patrol changed faster than appointments could be written. Sea and shore stayed noisy. Venice and Genoa, whose counting houses faced each other across the water, went to war again in the early 1350s. Fires flickered along the quays. Crossbowmen shot from towers. Pera's streets became a timber-reinforced assertion of its own autonomy. John VI walked a middle line, restraining where he could, conceding where he could not, because a court without its own grand fleet cannot force two maritime republics to make peace over a ledger. On land, the ally invited in during the Civil War changed the map. In 1352, Ottoman riders fighting on the Byzantine side at Demotika put Serbian troops to flight, proof that their bows and habits would decide battles on European ground. 2 years later, an earthquake tore at Gallipoli's walls. Ottoman detachments moved in behind the tremor and did not move out. What had been a ferry became a strait guarded from both banks. The logic of the frontier bent. Towns in eastern Thrace that had once watched for taxes and summonses learned to watch for horsemen whose pickets grew closer every season. The political balance inside the city bent as well. The junior colleague, John V, grown to a man, grew restless beneath a tutor's hand and a father-in-law's policy. In the autumn of 1354, with Gallipoli gone and the Genoese-Venetian quarrel still alive, he toppled John VI without a bloodletting. The older emperor took monastic vows as Joasaph. The younger took the diadem and the debts. Cantacuzenos' son Matthew, raised as co-emperor, fought on in Thrace until capture in 1356 ended that line as a political fact. The capital had changed masters. The frontier did not pause to notice. From there, the slope is steady and long. In 1357, John V acknowledged Ottoman suzerainty to buy time he could not have purchased with troops. In 1361 to 1362, Adrianople fell and became Edirne, an Ottoman capital in Europe that turned the Maritsa Valley into a home road rather than a raiding track. In 1371, at the river of the same name, Maritsa, a night attack broke a Serbian host. From then on, alliances felt temporary and submissions permanent. Thessalonica surrendered to the Ottomans in 1387, returned to Byzantium by treaty after the disaster of Ankara in 1402, passed to Venice in 1423 as a desperate hedge, and fell for the last time in 1430. In 1389, on Kosovo Field, the Serbian state's hopes were cut down with its lords. In 1396, at Nicopolis, a Western crusade broke against coordinated Ottoman skill, and men returning to the Danube carried stories of discipline that did not need walls to be deadly. There were breaths. In 1402, Timur's victory over Bayezid at Ankara shattered the Ottoman timetable. John VII and then Manuel II watched the rivals across the straits fight one another, negotiated hard at Gallipoli, recovered towns with signatures, and sent embassies as far as Paris and London to turn curiosity into coin. The respite opened schools, repaired cisterns, and allowed a city's confidence to rise like bread in a warm kitchen. But the habits that had undone so much strength across the previous century, civil war, thin revenues, quarrels in the keys, had left marks deeper than a single windfall could erase. When the Ottoman house reknit itself under Murad II and then Mehmed II, the work of the earlier decades came forward again with a surer hand. What began on the Lido in 1202, contracts and vows braided until neither could be separated without tearing, never stopped echoing. The Latin Empire that took Constantinople in 1204 had not lasted, but the wound it left did. Wealth scattered north and west, relics in gilt, thorns and nails, housed in Sainte-Chapelle, bronze horses rearing above St. Mark's, ivories and enamels written into new lineages. Venice learned to count the sea in canals and charters. Genoa learned to face a city across a strait and treat its skyline like a ledger line. Greek and Latin remembered one another with grievance sharpened by grief. The successor states that rose from the first fall, Nicaea, Epirus, Trebizond, taught a generation of governors to rule with less and to spend courage carefully. The restored Byzantium of 1261 arrived older than its years. And yet the same city kept teaching the same lesson, under Latin or Greek, under Venetian quartermasters or Genoese consuls. The guards on the land walls lit their lamps at the appointed hours. Barges slid under the chain with manifests checked twice. Judges took their seats and, some days, did as they were meant to. A goldsmith tested a new coin on a stone and listened for an honest ring. A widow in the Blacarnae quarter put oil in a lamp before an icon that had seen emperors come and go and measured hope by the price of barley. When the end came in 1453, it came at the hands of an empire that had learned from a century of others' mistakes. Guns against stone, trenches against rams, discipline against memory. But the path to that siege was laid long before the first cannon spoke. The Fourth Crusade had diverted a vow to a harbor and broken a capital that took 2 lifetimes to stand again. In the decades after its restoration, every decision, wise or desperate, was made in the shadow of that first unmaking. The men who lit the lamps along the land walls in 1341, when a young emperor died and a city tried to choose a future, could not know the shape of the next 100 years. They did what their fathers had done. Kept time, kept order, and trusted that habit might become grace. History leaves its markers in trophies and treaties, but cities remember by routine. If there is a lesson in the long arc from the fleet at Zara to the last watch on the Theodosian walls, it is that betrayals done in the language of holiness last longest when they teach people to live smaller. The maps thinned. The sea turned from moat to mirror. Princes bargained over keys they did not own. And still, between one bell and the next, Constantinople breathed, under Latin and under Greek, under contract and under crown, until the morning when breath itself failed. The chains scraped, the lamps burned down, and a chapter that had begun with a vow written on cloth ended in a dusk measured, as it had always been, by the careful counting of what remained.